Mic check, 1 2 1 2.
Is Beano Nation in the building? Put those emojis in the chat.
That's my gang.
Yeah.
The price just went up. Again. Beano. They playing checkers in the park, I'm playing chess at the wrist. I cut the loose ends off, yeah, I call that the splits. I wrote the manual, literally, go and check the shelf. You waiting on a stimulus, I am the stimulus. Self-made, self-paid, never needed a loan. You campaign in comments, I preside on the throne. They claim they have value, but their balance is low. I'm in the CA, Stingray watching them fold. See, I don't chase women, I replace them with assets. You focused on the curves, I'm focused on the fastest of a diamond life, yeah, the clarity is real. I don't sign contracts, I dictate the deal. Build, protect, lead, that's the Trinity. Keep the circle tight, protect the energy. They ask me for the code, they ask me how I planned it. I tell them the standard is a standard. Standard, look. My piece is a fortress, your piece is a rental. I'm building up equity, you sentimental. I operate on logic, you move off a vibe. I'm looking at the ROI, you looking for a bride, noble origins. Yeah, the lineage is cold, they buying depreciation. I'm buying gold, turn the stream on, classic back in session. Every word I speak, that's a 6-figure lesson. Don't get it twisted, the anger is the fuel. I turn the rage into a diamond encrusted jewel. No filters, no caps, just the raw data. You talking about now, I'm talking about later. A king with no kingdom, a hobo with a take-o. Crown on matte black, go and check the nameplate. I'm talking big assets, I'm just accounting. While you sim, my interest is compounding. Compounding. We pay 100% because we rule 100%. It's called grown man. Shh. Build, protect me. Yeah. That's the Trinity. Keep the circle tight. Protect the energy. They ask me for the code, they ask me how I planned it. I tell them the standard is the standard. Talk to them. Stop guessing. Start executing. The Angryman standard.
Beano Nation.
Stay dangerous.
If we agree with you, then we're black. We love black people. If we find ourselves in opposition to what you say, all of a sudden we hate ourselves and we hate black people. Who died and left you that kind of authority with your opinion? Oh, tell me.
Let them talk, baby. They don't know what we got. I see them running in the streets, chasing after crowns, trying to be the loudest voice in every single town. They say I'm moving backward cause I like to serve my king, but they don't know the peace and the power that you bring. I'll keep your plate hot, I'll keep the house still. I love to be the soft place where you can heal. They call it slavery, I call it devotion. While they drowning in a sea of mixed emotion. If loving you right makes me a pygmy, then baby pick me. I'm exactly where I wanna be. I don't want the headache, I don't want the fight. I just wanna be the one holding you at night. I follow your lead, I let you take control. You got the vision, baby, you got my soul. Call me a pick me, call me a fool, but I'm the one boss. They brag about the grind, but look inside their eyes. Tell me what you find. Microwave dinners and a pillow full of tears. Trading a family for a couple lonely years. I respect your frame, I respect your mind. Yeah. A masculine love is so hard to find. I ain't competing, I ain't keeping score. You handle the world, I handle the door to your peace. Let the new age girls argue on the net. Let them argue. They haven't found a man that they can trust yet. I'm catering to you, body and soul. Playing my position, playing my role. You protect, you provide. I submit, I reside in your kingdom. Wanna be the woman that you adore. I follow your lead, I let you take control. You got the vision, baby, you got my soul. Call me a pygmy, call me a fool, but I'm waking up happy, lying next to you. Let them stay mad, we'll stay in love. I'm your pygmy forever. Forever, 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 yeah.
No, chill for what? Who is this nigga?
You said the mask don't fit me, but it's glued to my name. Every headline paints me wicked, 'cause I won't think the same. You see trouble when I walk in, like I set this place on fire. But I just talk like my granddaddy, and it cuts through all your choir. You want me to be the villain, so I'll be there. I'll be there. Not a shadow that you're killing, I'm the storm that's fighting back. I'm not a villain, I'm a super villain. That's a fact. You wrote the script, I'm just living, so I'll be there. I'll be there. You get nervous when I'm smiling, 'cause you know it's not for show. I won't bow to your approval, I'm too grown to play that role. You throw labels like they shackles, try to change what I believe, but your story got a plot hole when I'm the one that's free. You want me to be the villain, so I'll be that. I'll be that. Not a shadow that you're killing, I'm the storm that's fighting back. I'm not a villain, I'm a super villain. That's a fact. You wrote the script, I'm just living, so I'll be that. I'll be that. call me crazy, call me every name you know. All that talk just turns to power, watch my true colors glow. You want me to be the villain, so I'll be there. Not a shadow that you're killing, I'm the star. Fighting back. I'm not a villain, I'm a super villain. That's a fact. You drew the line, I crossed it grinning, so I'll be there. I'll be there.
If they push me to a certain point, I'll mess up in front of everybody.
Yeah,
I have the capability to just go there because it's just the way I'm brought up. Like I never ran from anything because I didn't have nobody to go to. I've always had that where I'm going. Home to get me. Ain't nobody there.
Yeah. They know my name, they know my word. They still throw dirt. Ha! Yeah. Been a decade in the game, 10 plus in the rain. Been a kingdom from the mud, turned up on them every string. They were lurking on my chat, screenshotting every frame. Took my slang, took my cadence, then pretended we the same. They was praying for my downfall while they copying my blueprint. Yeah. Every topic that I touch turn the trend, now they abuse it, use it. They be whispering in DMs, plotting on me, try to stop my rise, stop my rise, stop my rise, stop my rise. Try to ice me out the story, still I burn right through the lies. Yeah. I'm the people's champ, I'm the angry man. Say my name, they can steal my style, never steal my hands. They can throw that dirt, still I rise again. You can hate my goods, but watch me rain. I'm the people's champ, I'm the angry man. They can twist my words, never twist my stance. Blame me for it all, I just take that chance. Cause they know I'm best, they don't want my shine to last. No, they was flagging every upload, sending shots behind the scenes, posting pictures of my family, trying to crack me at the scene. Drop my name up in the phone, type my address on the site. Thought the fear would make me vanish, told them pussies catch a flight. Every time they build a boycott, I just build another brand. Turn a smear into a slogan, made a movement out to slander. Understand, they be calling me the villain, why they quoting every line. I'm the mirror that they scared of, so they cover up my life. I'm the people's champ, I'm the angry man. Say my name, they can steal my style, never steal my hands. They can throw that dirt, still I rise again. You can hate my goods, but watch me rain. I'm the people's champ, I'm the angry man. They can twist my words, never twist my stance. Blame me for it all, I just take that chance. Cause they know I'm best, they don't want my shine to last. Nah. They gon' blame me for the storm, blame me for the rain, blame me cause I said it, just remember we ain't the same. They gon' cry about my tone, but they study every take. You can hate on every move, you can cancel what I made. Nah, I'm the people's champ, I'm the angry man. Say my name, they can steal my style, never steal my hands. They can throw that dirt, still I rise again. You can hate my goods, but watch me rain. I'm the people's champ, I'm the angry man. They can twist my words, never twist my stance. Blame me for it all, I just take that chance. Cause they know I'm best, they don't want my shine to last. Cause they know I'm best, they don't want my shine to last. Yeah, they know I'm best, and that's why they hate the man.
You are now rocking with the best. Support the angry man. Support the stream.
Son of her, as you know, delay. This so I'm on my way. Oh, feet hit the pavement, sunrise grinning. Life's a roulette and I'm always spinning. Pocket full of dreams, got the world in my hands. No map, just vibes and none playing plans. Sweat on my brow, running wild through the city. Clock ticking loud, but it ain't that gritty. Spill my soul like ink on a loose leaf. Every breath a moment, no time for grief. Full throttle, no brakes, I'm flying. Every second counts, ain't no denying. Living for the now, future can't wait. No rewind button, I'm on in my face, yeah, yeah. I'm on in my face, oh, yeah. I'm on in my face. Heart like a drum, beating fast, no pause. Life's a movie real, I'ma start with no flaws. Cup running over, champagne fizz. Every day's a blessing, yeah, that's the biz. Jumping over hurdle, life's track and field. Every scar story, every wound's healed. Skyline's my ceiling, dreams stretch wide. Riding shotgun with hope, joy by my side. Full throttle, no brakes, I'm flying. Every second counts, ain't no denying. Living for the now, future can't wait. No rewind button, I'm on in my face, yeah, yeah. I'm on in my face, yeah, yeah. Roll the dice, let it ride. Moonlit nights, ocean tide. Every heartbeat, a melody. Life's a stage, I'm a symphony. Slow it down, feel the sound. Breathing deep, feet on the ground. Then a spark, hit a call. One more run, give it all. Full throttle, no brakes, I'm flying. Every second counts, ain't no denying. Living for the now, future can't wait. No rewind button, I'm on in my face, yeah, yeah. No rewind, no regret. Sunset phase, but I ain't done yet, yeah. I'm on in my face, yeah,
What's good? What's going on, everybody? We back in the building yet again, and we got a lot to talk about. We got to get into it about your homegirl, Brittany Renner, who is back at it yet again. In addition to a couple of other topics that I want to talk about, I want to talk about this situation that's been going on the internet the past few days. There's been an argument that's being had about whether or not young girls can be fast. Now, all of this came about because of I think it was Kendra Scott. All of this came about because of Kendra Scott from Memphis, and basically how her 13-year-old daughter was engaged in a relationship or was dealing with or messing with a 20-year-old guy. And so there's been an argument on the internet that has Black folk divided, right? And the division comes from the fact that some Black folks are saying, well, her fast, you know what, shouldn't have been messing with a 20-year-old. And then you got other folks that saying you can't call a girl fast because they believe that's just grown-ups making excuses for grown folk messing with underage folk, right? So there's this argument that's going on. So I want to address that. In addition to that, there's a couple other things I want to talk about. But before we get into any of that, make sure you guys are supporting the show. In case you're new to the channel, in order to get the show started, we need at least 20 people to contribute off the rip. This is what we call the Beano roll call. Any message you put in a donation at the beginning of the show will be read first. Now, at any time during the show, if you want your message read immediately, you can drop 50 or more, and your message will be read on the spot. And if you want the full treatment, become a sponsor of the show or a super sponsor of the show. Drop 100, and that makes you a sponsor. Drop 500 or more, that makes you a super sponsor. Either way, your message gets read immediately, and you will have my undying gratitude. You feel me? But before we get into any of that, I gotta get this situated. Y'all give me 1 second. So, like I said, man, make sure you guys are supporting the show. We need 20 people. So far, we've got 2 people. So far, we've got 2 people that have contributed to the show. But while we're waiting on that, there's something else that I wanted to talk about. Something that was on my mind today. I was thinking about it because, I have sons, and as much as we try to pretend that our society isn't full of it when it comes to the interaction between men and women, right? I thought about something really prolific. So first and foremost, this thing, and my bad, y'all. I'm trying to monitor this application. I actually built something in and I'm trying to work the bugs out of it. So I'm monitoring it in real time. Let's see. So going back to what I was saying. Now, of course, you know this is dealing with the community, right? So there's one thing that we do in the community that is really detrimental to the boys, right? And it's crazy because it kind of ties into this conversation about whether girls can be fast or not, right? So there's always a situation where people don't want to be wrong, right? People don't want to be wrong. So oftentimes they'll say things. My bad, y'all. So let me reset while we're waiting on everybody to contribute. So in the community, right? Hold on one second, y'all. Hold on one second. 74D50 said, so this brother donated 20 to the channel, but you can't answer his question. Listen to this, fucktard. That's not the way my show works. His question will get answered when I read the super chats. Get your goofy ass out of my chat room. Like before I even start talking, before I even get into this topic, right? Can y'all answer one question for me? Why do motherfuckers that don't like me watch my show? Can anybody answer that question for me? Y'all notice it happens every single time I start a show. There's always some asshole in here that has a problem with me. Why do you watch my show? Why do you watch my show? He worried about another man's question getting answered that donated some money. Like, why are you worried about something? You didn't donate no damn money. Forgive me, y'all. Let me woo-sigh. Let me woo-sigh. Let me woo-sigh. Let's back up. So, like I said, I had an epiphany today. When I was looking at this topic about the mother in Memphis that's facing charges right now, and I'm looking at black folk all over the internet argue with each other about whether or not a young girl can be fast, right? And I'm looking at the black people that are saying, oh, you can't say that a young girl is fast. I even saw one black woman say, if any of you ever try to suggest that my daughter could be fast, I'm gonna punch you in the face. Like, they really mad about this, right? And I'm like, the links that black people go to justify certain things or to push a narrative so they could be right is crazy, right? And we're gonna get into why that whole situation about whether or not a girl can be fast or not. We definitely gonna get into that, right? We definitely gonna get into that. But the other side of that coin is the way we teach young black boys, right? So the first thing that I'm thinking about when it comes to the whether or not girls can be fast or not, I get what some of the women are saying, where they're trying to say, well, they're young and they don't know no better or whatever, blah, 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 right? But then I think about the fact of, even though I understand what they're trying to say, and you don't want people that are weirdos using that as the excuse. I get all of that. But how often do we operate a certain way to guarantee that people aren't getting away with something at the detriment of accountability? Do y'all get what I'm saying? I probably didn't word that the best way, but it's like, okay, I'll give you a prime example, right? Let's say there's a teenage girl, this 17 years old, but she looks like she's 21, right? So some guy that's 21 tries to talk to her. Now, for whatever reason, he doesn't do his due diligence to make sure that he's talking to a woman instead of an underage girl, right? Now, let's say, for argument's sake, that he gets in trouble. Let's say that the parents find out that this 21-year-old man is talking to their 17-year-old daughter and they press charges, right? And then the guy says, well, I didn't think she was 17. I thought she was 21. She told me she was 21. She looked 21, blah, 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 right? So you'll have black people that will say, especially black mothers, that will say, him saying she looks 21 and believing what she said is just an excuse. And it could be. It could very well be an excuse. He could be a guy that knows 100% that that was not a 21-year-old girl, and he could just be a creep, right? Or he could genuinely be a dude that did not know she was 17. Could be either or, right? Either way, how hard do we go in the paint to try to prove that this guy is a weirdo to the detriment of the accountability of the 17-year-old? In other words, at what point do we look at the 17-year-old and say, hey, why are you out here entertaining grown men? Right? So, as a community, that gets lost in the shuffle because the priority is always going to be the guy because he's older and we feel like he should know better, which there's a conversation to be had in that as well, because if you really want to be truthfully honest, we always talk about how the brain isn't fully developed until you're 25 years old. Right? So there's that. But as I'm thinking about this, I'm thinking about the accountability of I'm thinking about the accountability of the women in our community, the girls in our community. Like, because we don't hold them accountable for anything when they're young, we can't hold them accountable for anything when they're grown. And like I said, they're going to defend each other to the T, right? Like, many of these women that are running around here right now saying that a girl can't be fast, they themselves were probably fast. I hate to have to say that, but that's just a reality, right? So as I'm thinking about this, right? And by the way, y'all, we got 5 contributors. We still need 15 people to get everything started. So as I'm thinking about that, I thought about something else, which is the way we teach the young boys. Now, this is not something that I learned growing up, right? I wasn't really taught the way a lot of typical Black men were taught, right? So most Black men, they're taught under no circumstances do you ever hit a girl. That's what they're taught. Like, they're taught that at a young age, right? They're taught, really, if you want to be honest, to be docile and submissive to the female of our community, right? So to the female sex, we're taught to be docile and submissive, right? And I know y'all don't look at it that way, but that's exactly what it is. It's exactly what it is, right? So I wasn't taught that way. Like, I just wasn't. Like, I didn't get into it like that with girls when I was growing up. But my grandmother used to always say, if you big enough to hit somebody, you big enough to get hit. That's what she used to say. If you're big enough to hit somebody, you big enough to get hit. You feel me? So my grandmother didn't really teach all of that. Oh, well, that's a female. Like, she didn't do all of that, right? She didn't do all of that. So there's that, right? But I'm sitting there thinking about it. And I'm thinking about how that thought process or that teaching that is taught to young Black boys really puts them at a disadvantage when they get older. What do I mean by disadvantage? There are Black men right now, grown Black men, they got that Craig complex. Debo, that's a female. They got that, that's a female, right? I literally saw a clip of some streamers or something, and this one chick slapped this dude in his face. I'm talking about she reached back and bow. I'm talking about it sounded off, right? And just as she slapped him, homeboy was getting ready to get active. Like you could see his reaction. He was getting ready to lunge for her. And another dude jumped in front of him and said, "Hold on, fam, that's a female." Now, I'm going to keep it real with you. The moment he did that, I felt some type of way, bro. I'm not even going to front. I felt some type of way. I felt like, bro, you should have, like the dude that jumped in his face and said that's a female, he should have swung off on him. He should have got him. I'd have been like, if I was him, I'd have been like, yeah, you right, that's a female. But since you jumped in my face, you know what I'm saying? Like, I would have told him. Like, as soon as that chick slapped me and then he jumped in the way, hold on, that's a female. Okay, well, you take her place. Boop, 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 boop. You feel what I'm saying? Like, that's how I feel. But, you know, that's just my thought process. You feel what I'm saying? But here's my thing. Our community is taught in such a backwards way, right? And by the way, y'all, we still need 13 people. So far, we got seven contributors. We got 7 contributors. We need, let me make sure. Hold on 1 second. Let's see. 3 is 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we got 7. We got 7 to 8 people. So, as a community, we're taught to be backwards, y'all. I don't know if y'all realize that or not, but we're taught to be backwards. And to all of you grown black men that spend your time, you know, and we get it. We understand it. We get it, right? I definitely get it. I understand it. The average woman cannot get into a physical altercation with a man and come out on top. That's a reality. We all know that. We all know that if your average woman tries to fight the average man, she's gonna take a L. You feel me? We know this, right? But I think it's become a little ridiculous that we take that concept that the average woman can't beat the average man, and from that, we give women carte blanche to provoke, attack, and do whatever they want to men. To me, logically, it would make more sense to teach your daughters and young girls not to provoke and attack men, because they know that they would lose should that man choose to engage them physically. Do you see what I mean when I say that we're taught backwards? Instead of the daughters being taught not to fight their brothers because we know their brothers can win, we teach the brothers not to do anything to the daughters when the daughters hit them. Am I the only one that thinks that's backwards? Because look, right now as we speak, there are fully grown men, right? that pride themselves on the fact that, yo, I've never put my hands on a female. And they'll go out here in the street and go to war with other grown men, right? And keep in mind, the women fuel this too, because the women will say something to the effect of, oh, you want to get buck with me, but you won't get buck with these men. So it socializes and trains men to think that that's the manliest thing in the world. Let me help y'all out. Let me help you out. I'm gonna show you just how backwards this whole thought process is. So, number one, you men shouldn't pride yourselves on the fact that you let a woman dominate the shit out of you, but you'll go out in the street and fight grown men. You shouldn't pride yourself on that. And I'm going to tell you why. The reason you shouldn't pride yourself on that is because you getting into a fight with a guy, that's easy. That's easy. That's the easiest thing in the world to do. That's easy. So priding yourself on that's not an accomplishment. Getting into a fight with another guy is not an accomplishment. If you go out here in the street and you get into a disagreement, getting into a fight with another guy is the easiest thing in the world to do. It's not that hard. All you got to do is say something crazy to another man and boom, you're in a fight. That's not an accomplishment, right? It's easy. What's difficult is getting into a disagreement with a woman, not getting physical with her, but still establishing your dominance. That's what's difficult. You want me to say that again? Y'all want me to say it again? I'm going to say it again. Okay. Going out in the street and getting into a fight with another grown man is easy. That's not difficult. That's not an accomplishment. That's not hard to do. What's hard to do is when your woman or any woman challenges you, challenges your manhood, and you knowing you can't physically do anything to them. See, that's the reason why it's easy with a dude. When you get into an argument with a dude, that's easy because the solution is easy. Punch him in his mouth. That's an easy solution. Win, lose, or draw. That's an easy solution. If some dude get to talking crazy, you ain't got to negotiate with him. You ain't got to try to get him to understand where you coming from. You really don't got to do none of that. And keep in mind, I'm not saying that you shouldn't try to use your words. What I'm saying is if you choose not to use your words and just choose to use your fist when you're dealing with another guy, nobody's going to judge you for it. Nobody's going to call you an abuser. Nobody's going to call you a savage. Nobody's going to call you a barbarian. Nobody's going to call you any of that shit. Okay? It's two grown men got into a fight. That's just all it was, right? So that's easy. What's difficult is when you get into it with a woman, whether that woman be your woman or whether it be just a random woman, whether it's your sister, your mother, your auntie, whoever, okay? You get into it and you know you can't get physical because it's a woman. You know you can't get physical, but not because the community tells you to. Let's be clear about that. Not because, see, it doesn't matter. Like, there's a bunch of guys out here that won't hit you, but the only reason they won't hit you is because they've been socialized and trained not to. And guess what? That's not the good thing that you think it is. Okay? Because there's a difference between a guy who doesn't hit you because he knows he can seriously hurt you, as opposed to a guy who doesn't hit you because he knows the community is going to judge him. It's kind of like the guy that doesn't break into your house because he's just a decent person versus the guy that doesn't break into your house because he doesn't want to go to jail. Those are two different guys. Those are two entirely different guys. The guy that's decent, if there was riots or there was some sort of collapse in the society, that guy's not going to break into your house. That guy's not going to do anything nefarious. He's just going to survive and try to do what he got to do. But the guy that doesn't break into your house because he knows he's going to go to jail, the moment that he has the opportunity to do some crazy stuff, like I'll give you a prime example. When you see shows like The Walking Dead or The Book of Eli, whatever, right? There are men in this world that if we had a collapse in the society where there was no longer any law enforcement, where there was no longer any real consequences or anything, these guys are waiting for something like that to happen so that they can do some heinous stuff to women and children. See, I don't think women really understand how dangerous men can be, right? Some do, and some will talk about it, but they only talk about it because they just can't stand men. You know what I'm saying? But there are some that really don't understand just how heinous certain men can be, right? So again, what I'm saying is that there is a huge difference between a guy. Hold on one second, you guys. Shout out to we got a couple 50 spots. I gotta call these out. Hold on one second, you guys. We got 250 spots I gotta call out. Shout out to a Burn King coming through, showing some love. We appreciate that, broski. Let's see. A Burn King said, not due diligence to make this known in the community. It's not okay to lie on your age, nor the undertone sexism against men. Females must be held accountable. No buts about it. No doubt. Appreciate you, broski. Let's see. And then we also have Glass 444 coming through. Appreciate you, bro. Yo, shout out to Glass. He said, hey, Angry Man, I missed your live about the MCU. Ian McKellen reprises Magneto in Avengers Doomsday. What's Magneto's role? Will he team up for or fight Dooms? I doubt it. That whole situation is about to be trash. that whole situation is about to be trash. Like, let's let's just be real. That whole situation about to be trash. I'm not looking forward to that movie because I really don't think it's gonna be any good. I don't think it's gonna be any good. Like, for real. I think personally, I think they're only gonna have Magneto and Professor Xavier in there just to see him die. That's right. I think they're gonna have Professor Xavier and Magneto in there, and yeah, yet again, they're gonna kill Professor Xavier again. That's what I think. I think they're gonna kill him again, you know. But anyway, going back to what I was saying. So there's two different types of guys when we're talking about this situation. They're the guys that aren't going to get into a physical altercation with a woman or their woman because they're just told they're not supposed to do that, and they don't want the culture, they don't want the society to look at them in a negative light. And then there's guys out here that are not going to get physical with a woman. They're not going to fight a woman just because they don't want to do that. They know what type of damage they could do to a woman, and they just don't want to do that, right? They just don't want to do it. But I feel that we put our boys in our community at a disadvantage because we tell them not to get into a physical altercation with girls, but we don't tell them how to deal with getting into a back and forth with girls. Have y'all ever seen anybody do that? I'm pretty sure every last one of y'all have heard someone say to their son or to a child, you don't hit girls. You keep your hands to yourself. You don't put your hands on girls. Like under no circumstances do you ever hit a girl or do you ever fight a girl. But you know what? No one ever does. They never say to them, if a girl tries to fight you, this is what you do. If a girl gets to arguing with you, this is what you do. At the very least, you know what we'll get? You know what we'll get? This is what they'll tell us to do. And by the way, y'all, we only need 8 more people to get things rolling. We only need 8 more people. This is what we'll do. We'll tell the boys, just walk away. You know, just walk away. That's the solution. That is the solution to conflict resolution. And let me keep it all the way funky with you. Do you realize that when a girl gets into it with a guy, and you tell the guy to just walk away, that doesn't solve the problem. It may help him cool off, but when he comes back, she's gonna pick that argument up right where it left off. So really, you're not teaching the boys anything of any value. You're just teaching them to basically cope with the BS and prolong the BS. Because really, if you really want to be honest, what you should be teaching these boys is you should be teaching them dominance. That's what you should be teaching them. You should be teaching them to establish their dominance. You should be teaching them not to walk away. You should be teaching them to stand their ground. Now, what do I mean by stand their ground? She can all she wants. She can go back and forth with him all she wants, right? That really don't mean nothing at the end of the day. But he shouldn't walk away. Even if you tell him, well, you know, don't argue back with her, don't go back and forth with her, which is smart because it's less stress on him, right? But you shouldn't tell him to walk away. You should tell him to stand his ground. And guess what? If she hauls off and hits him, press charges. Put them people in her life. That's really what you should be telling these boys. That's really what you should be telling them. And the reason why I say that is because there needs to be consequences. That's the biggest problem. When you look at the quote unquote community, the biggest problem is there ain't enough consequences for these chicks. There ain't enough consequences. See, Modern Renaissance Man said, check your email. Hold on, let me check right now, bro. I don't see it. I don't see the email, bro. Yeah, I don't see the email. Yeah, I don't see the email. Uh-oh. Hold on. Let's see. Tange. I don't know how to pronounce your name, so I'm not going to butcher it. Said, if a man wants a certain type of dominance, first that will require him to financially support his household, because majority of these men are dependent on these women like they're their mother. And see, that's what we not gonna do. Because here's the other thing that I noticed when it comes to the men of the Black community specifically. Whenever we start talking about female accountability, right? Whenever we start talking about women being held accountable, there's always some kind of, qualifier. In other words, well, if these men want to establish their dominance, they're going to have to fill in the blank. If these men want these women to respect them, they're going to have to fill in the blank. If these, and brothers have exhausted every possibility. Brothers have went through every single scenario possible. It's, you got to have swag, or you got to have game, or you got to make a certain amount of money, or you got to do this, or you got to be assertive, or you got to be, it's a whole laundry list of things. Has it ever crossed your mind that just maybe it's not the guy needs to do XYZ in order to get the women to respect him? Has it ever crossed your mind that just maybe it's time for us to stop telling the guys what they need to do and start telling the women that they need to stop acting a damn ass and respect the men they deal with? When are we going to do that? When are we going to look at them and say, hey, guess what? You're the problem. Go sit your stupid ass down until you decide to act like a fully grown adult. When are we going to do that? Because guess what? The women see the game that's played in our society. And you know what? They take full advantage of it. That's the whole reason that mother shot that boy in the back of the head. Not boy, excuse me, that man. That's the whole reason she shot that man in the back of the head instead of calling the police to come get him. See, the women of our society know that they're always going to get the benefit of the doubt. And if there's any type of situation involving a man, the man is going to get the blame for it. And guess what? When it comes to our community, the women of our community know that that particular scenario is 10 times worse, because whenever they're in a situation involving a black man, he's definitely going to be at fault. See, the reality is, in our society, the reason women don't take accountability for anything is because they don't have to. They don't have to. Our society is structured in a way that not only do we not expect accountability from them, we encourage them to not be accountable. And you see it every day, because anytime we're on these panels and we get to talking about what these women need to do, somebody's going to come out of the woodwork and say, well, these men need to do X, Y, Z too. These men need to, and the men need. When are we going to get to a point? How about we have a conversation where we don't talk about what the men need to do for once? Why don't we do that? Why don't we have a conversation without figuring out a way to saddle the men with all the damn responsibility? Wouldn't that be a wonderful world? Wouldn't that be wonderful? Yeah, Modern Renaissance. I still don't see your email. I still don't see your message. What email did you send it to, bro? And did you just send it, or did you send it earlier? Because I still don't see the message. But we can't do it. We can't do it. We can't do it to save our life. Not in this society. It's like it's damn near impossible for us to actually hold these women accountable. For anything. Let me see. Let me check. I'm going to just type your name in. See if I got a new email from you. Okay. Oh, yeah. That's what's up, bro. That's what's up. I don't know why that email wasn't coming up. I just emailed you back, bro. Yo, we still need 5 people to set off the Beano roll call. We need 5 people to set off the Beano roll call. But yeah, and you know what? I'm gonna tell you the truth. I think there's a lot of people that are waking up to this. You know, a while back, I used to talk about this all the time, and it wasn't really taken seriously. It wasn't really taken seriously, but I'm noticing now that people are starting to take this seriously. And to modern Renaissance man, yeah, bro, that I saw that video where that guy was going in on him, and it really annoyed me, bro. like it really annoyed me. Like it really pissed me off. So I just had to say something about it. You know what I'm saying? I had to say something about it. But but yeah, I'm starting to notice that everybody's waking up to it. In fact, I think I might have a couple of videos here that show people waking up to it. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Let's see. And we're almost close to the goal for the Beano roll call. So we'll be doing that in a second, giving the shout outs. Let's see. Is that it? My bad. I thought I had a couple of videos that was showing the foolishness. I might have been wrong. Let me keep scrolling. Where's that one video? There was one video that I came across where this young lady was calling out all of the BS. And when I say all of the BS, she was calling it all out. I was like, holy crap. Here's one video, and I think I might have showed y'all this video before, but I'm gonna show it to you again. Here's one video right here.
You have all these stupid baby showers, all these stupid gender reveals. Nobody's getting married. Nobody's married. You want to invite me to 15 baby showers. When are you going to get married? You didn't have 5 kids by 5 different baby daddies. Don't invite me to no more baby showers until you get married, honey. I'm not interested. How many baby showers we going to go to? You having babies out of wedlock. They're called bastard kids. They're called illegitimate kids in the Bible. You have.
I told you, people are waking up to this foolishness, man. Yeah, like y'all are not gonna be able to continue this foolishness for long because it's reached its peak. It's reached its peak.
Why is it that every superhero
on the media side? Do you feel NDRE is warranted with her saying?
Let me see if I can find that other video. I got to start saving those videos. When these women get to cooking, I got to start saying, oh, here's the other one. This was the other one that was. Well, no, I ain't going to play that one again. Where's the other video? Is that it?
Can I say something that is going to be real uncomfortable?
Oh, this is it. I think this is it. Hold on. Let me pull this up real quick. I think this is it.
Can I say something that is going to be real uncomfortable? Because I thought about this. I heard someone say recently that verbal abuse, talking about men struggling in silence, that verbal abuse may be one of the most misdiagnosed forms of abuse in Black culture because we normalize certain behaviors. Now, as a Black woman, that sat with me because I hate to say this, and I might get ridiculed for this, but I think when it comes to verbal abuse, Black women lead in that parade. Right. Because those are moments where emotional aggression gets excused in ways we wouldn't excuse for men. If disrespect only counts as abusive when men do it, are we actually talking about abuse fairly? Because this is one of the reasons, in my opinion, that men struggle in silence because of the verbal abuse that Black women put on to Black men.
I told you. It's getting to the point. It's getting to the point where it's getting to that point, bro. It's getting to that point. And look, I don't know if y'all know who Dr. Tommy Curry is. Dr. Tommy Curry wrote The Man Not, right? How many of y'all remember this myth that they've been pushing here on? There's a lie that the women on social media have been saying for I don't know how long. They've been saying that every 5 hours a brother is taking out a Black woman. How many of y'all heard that? How many of y'all heard that or seen women saying that on the internet, that every 5 hours a black man is unaliving a black woman? And by the way, y'all, we need 4 more people. We need 4 more people for the Beano roll call. We need 4 more people. This is what Dr. Tommy Curry had to say about this. And this is a video from a few years back, but it's still relevant today. Check this out.
That blog has not one single link to a government study or any other peer-reviewed literature that supports the idea that black men are murdering black women en masse. Yep. But we believe.
Now, this was when he went on to Yvette Carnell's show and he addressed that article. I don't know if y'all remember, but I did a video about this article back in the day. There was an article in the Root magazine that says straight black men are the white people of black people. I don't know if y'all remember that. Some of y'all that's been around long enough, y'all remember when I did a show about that and cooked and went off about that, right? So Dr. Curry, the author of The Man Not, if you haven't read The Man Not, you definitely need to read it. But Dr. Curry addressed this article and he addressed this myth about black men deleting black women en masse.
That blog has not one single link to a government study or any other peer-reviewed literature that supports the idea that black men are murdering black women en masse. Yep. But we believe this because we scapegoat black men. If you want to make black women look as if they're not associated with violence in our communities, then just blame it all on black men. So you don't have to worry about child abuse. You don't have to worry about women abusing, their husbands. You don't have to worry about the high rates of intimate partner homicide that black women commit against their spouses. Why? Because we'll say that it doesn't exist, and if we get called on it, we'll say that black men caused it. So black women abuse their husbands and kill their husbands because they're doing it in self-defense. They abuse their children because black men left them in the home alone. Right? This is how we think about black males in society. And the craziest part about this is that the work that I'm doing, which is looking at economic, ecological, and other environmental causes of why black people are in these circumstances, will be seen as non-progressive. But the idea that black men are fundamentally rapists, murderers, and deviants is seen as progressive. Why? Because we live in a time where gender theory has overwhelmed our sensibilities and material analysis of actual communities. These people don't know anything about black people. These people don't care about black people. This article I think it's telling. He says that this is an article to analyze black men, but when you look at the file, it's filed under black women. So this is not a conversation that black men, that Mr. Young is even trying to have with black men. Mr. Young is not trying to have a conversation with sociologists. He's not trying to have a conversation with epidemiologists. Why? Because he knows those people would laugh at this. This is why hard social scientists don't even engage this kind of dribble, because this exists in a pop culture vein of what black people are. And here's what's this is the funniest part. There was an article published in the early 2000s by a guy named Benson, and he found that when black people moved to the middle class, right, when there was an economic mobilization to higher classes, that domestic violence, the incidence of domestic abuse in those groups decreased by over half. So now I want you to think about that. These are the same black men that's black men like poor black men, but the incidences in black men and black women decreased by over half once they mobilized from low class to middle class.
Now, let me say this, and I've been saying this for a long time, and I'm going to keep saying it. This is how I know the internet is a joke. Okay? It's a joke. As it pertains to the accusations that get hurled at black men. Because all of the popular YouTubers, the popular talking heads that love to make it seem like black men are the problem in the black community and all of that, if you notice, they don't never ask Dr. Tommy Curry to come on their show. He would cook them into oblivion. If you notice, they never asked Dr. T. Hassan Johnson to come on their show. If you have a show where you love to blame black men for the ills of the black community. In other words, it ain't the women, it's the men. It ain't the women, it's the men. I guarantee you, you will never get on a panel and present any of those arguments against a Dr. Tommy Curry or a Dr. T. Hassan Johnson, because they will cook you into oblivion. These two brothers, and I've been saying it for years, these two brothers are extremely intelligent. And I'm going to keep it real with you, because they have an academic background. There's certain concepts that I'll think about, and if I'm on a panel with one of them, I can say the concept, because sometimes it'll be difficult for me to map it out mentally, right? It'll be difficult for me to express it. And I could say it. I could just give them a portion of it. And I'll be like, yo, well, what do you think about this? Is there anything to this? I'll be feeling like this is going on because of this, and this. And they'll be like, oh, yeah, that's such and such. And they'll break it all the way down. Academically, they'll break it all the way down. They'll say, oh, that's because of this, and because of this, and because of this. And bro, the one thing I love about guys like Dr. Curry and Dr. T. Hassan Johnson is whenever people tell me that I'm crazy about something that I'm thinking about that I feel like affects black men predominantly and in a very negative way that people want to overlook or brush under the rug or pretend like it doesn't exist, one of those brothers, I could have a conversation with one of those brothers, and by the time I'm finished having that conversation, I know for a fact I'm not crazy. It's exactly what I thought it was. It's exactly what I saw, right? It's exactly what I saw. And like I said before, if you guys have not read The Man Not, you need to read that book. You need to read that book, bro. Because it talks about black male victimhood, or the fact that as black men, we're not allowed to be victims under no circumstances, no matter what's going on in our lives, we're just not allowed to be victims. We're not allowed to be victims. And you want to know the crazy thing is? The craziest part of that is if we as a group are not allowed to be victims, that makes us the biggest victims. I'm going to say that again. If we as black men are not allowed to be victims, that makes us the biggest victims. Now, why do I say that? Because if you have a group of people that are not allowed to be victims, and the society socially accepts this, that means that you can be victimized and people will overlook it. It goes right back to this concept of dehumanizing brothers, or dehumanizing us to the point where somebody could do anything to us and it doesn't matter. It doesn't register because we're not viewed like human beings. You feel what I'm saying? We're viewed like these things, right? And don't get it twisted. It's our women that view us this way too. This is the reason why they think they can hit us and we're supposed to just accept it. This is the reason why they think they can put their hands on us, emasculate us, do whatever they feel like doing, right? And we just have to accept it. We just have to accept it. Because what would they tell you? What would they tell you boys? They'll tell you straight up, you better not put your hands on them. There's even an episode of Everybody Hates Chris, right? Where Chris was talking about how they wasn't allowed to do anything to their sister. And there's a scene where the girl has Drew, and by the way, I hated her character. That little girl on Everybody Hates Chris. Woo, oh my God. Bro, let me tell you something. That show gives you the two archetypes. The two archetypes. The little girl that's devious but gets a pass because she's a little girl. And then the entitled mama with the main character syndrome. You feel what I'm saying? So there's this one scene where she's got Drew by the arm and she's trying to break his arm. And of course, this is Chris exaggerating, but it illustrates a point, right? So, you know, Chris is pulling on, like, excuse me, not Chris. She's pulling on Drew's arm. And Drew's like, Mom, she's about to break my arm. And she's like, you better not hit her. Or what was it? I think the little girl was saying, Drew won't let me break his arm. And bro, I hate to say it, but that's the community. That's literally the community. That's literally the community. Hold on one second. All right, you guys, we just need 4 more people to get to the Beano roll call. We need 4 more people. Who's going to be the 4? And I know why we haven't got to 4 yet, because I've been yapping and running my mouth. So basically, I've been giving y'all content anyway. But we need 4 more people, you guys. We need 4 more people before we get into these main topics. Said that makes these women feel entitled. No, it does more than that. It does more than that. It doesn't just see. This is the thing that people got to realize at this point. This cultural phenomenon that we got going on now, because it's not just the Black community anymore. It's every community, right? It's every community. Like I was watching, what's that show? I was watching not the Dutton Ranch. I was watching the Yellowstone, the first series, right? So there's this one scene where the daughter is trying to provoke Jamie. Like she goes in there and she's pushing him, like they're inside of the horse stable, right? Or the barn or whatever, right? And she's pushing Jamie and she's hitting him. She's doing all kinds of stuff, emasculating him, calling him all kinds of names and stuff and all of this. And she's like, what you gonna do? You gonna hit me? Why don't you hit me? Hit me. Show me you're a man. And just kept provoking him, right? And then finally he hit her one time, right? And so then she starts laughing, right? He's like, is that man enough for you? And she's like, a man would have walked away. And so then later that night, the father, you know what I'm saying, Kevin Costner, he comes in there, he says a couple words to him, and then he leans down and he says, if you ever hit your sister again, I'll do XYZ. And I'm like, yo, this foolishness got to stop. It got to stop. It got to stop. There's a reason back in the day that men didn't do anything to women, because women did not do that. Women didn't go around here trying to fight men. They didn't go around here trying to provoke men to anger and trying to do all of that. Like, it's the most ridiculous concept on planet Earth, is to provoke someone, and then when they finally do what you're provoking them to do, they're wrong. It's the most ridiculous thing. Anybody with any common sense knows that the person that's doing the provoking is wrong. Period. Point blank, period, end of discussion. Does not matter, gender, whatever. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Like, so when we say that this type of behavior makes women entitled, no, this type of behavior makes women feel invincible. This type of behavior makes women feel invincible. It actually encourages certain women, not all women, but it encourages certain women to think that they can get away with attacking men, and their shield is the social rule that a man is not supposed to hit a woman. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine doing something and thinking that the only thing that, like, could you imagine doing something with the thought in your mind that I can get away with this because there's some social invisible rule that's going to stop the other person? That's the reason. That's really the reason why you see women, when they get assaulted or hit or whatever, this is why they're really playing up the victimhood card. It's not because they got hit. It's not them saying I'm a victim because I was hit or I was attacked. No, they're saying that they're a victim because the rules say that they should be able to get away with doing what they did. That's really what they're mad about. They're not mad about you actually hitting them. They're mad that you broke the rule. You feel me? They're upset that you broke the rule. The rule is you're not supposed to do nothing. The rule is you're supposed to stand there and let me curse you out, spit in your face, throw water on you, slap you, punch you, whatever I feel like doing, as if I have the power to do that. And it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous because, really, to be truthfully honest, it in my opinion, it shows cowardice, if anything. It shows cowardice. Now, some of you might say, well, what do you mean cowardice? Because you got to ask yourself, would women be doing that if that rule wasn't there? If we didn't live in a society, that basically told men that they can't retaliate when women hit them, would women be as bold as they are to attack men or jump in their face or try to fight them or try to do any of that? I don't think they would. I think they only do this because they genuinely believe that the men have been socialized to be docile. That's what I think. That's what I think. All right, y'all. We need 4 more people. We got to get to this Beano roll call. We need 4 more people to contribute.
It's time for the Beano Roll Call.
Yo, shout out to GMS North Carolina. Said, peace AM. What's the name of the last song you played? I don't remember which song it was. But those songs aren't available yet. Those are AI songs that I created. So if you're thinking you're gonna get the song from somewhere, there's nowhere to get the song from. I'm actually working on putting together a AI album of all of those songs. So as soon as it's available to where you guys can get the songs, I'll let you know where you can get the songs. But for the moment, they're not really available.
That's that. That's that. Beano energy.
Let's see. Shout out to YCKA. Said F Brittany Butter Utters Renner. Now she got Mississippi mud, but from all the crawfish she let in, all gut Blackistan begins. That's crazy. That's crazy.
That's that. That's that. Beano energy.
That's crazy right there. Oh my God, that's funny. Yo, shout out to Mac Million in the building.
That's that. That's that. Beano energy.
Woo. Shout out to Donnell. Appreciate you, fam.
That's that. That's that. Beano energy.
Let's see who else we got. That's crazy. Mississippi mud butt. Oh my God. Shout out to Sazi in the building. Let's see. Shout out to Justino, said men that are being supported by women is not the majority. They are the minority. Most guys are single and are opting out to date today's women because the juice isn't worth the squeeze. Yeah, but you know, they try to make it seem like the vast majority of the men out here is living off of the women. You know how they do. Let's see. Shout out to Godless, says showing support. Thanks. Appreciate you. Let's see. Shout out to Alex, said, what you think about this season of X-Men so far? I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty good. I've been checking it out, and it's pretty good. The only problem is, you know, nowadays there's a whole bunch of comics that they are referencing. And you know, as much as I like the X-Men, I like it because it's really nostalgic. But I'm not gonna lie, they are jamming a bunch of stuff into those episodes. Like they're cramming a lot of stuff into those episodes. So it's cool for me because I've already read the comics. You know what I'm saying? I've already read the comics, so you know, I ain't tripping, but there's a lot of people who haven't read the comics. So they're jumping, they're going through a bunch of stuff rather quickly. You feel me? So there's that part of it. But let's see who else we got. Shout out to Mo Love in the building. Mo Love says, support the stream. Awesome show. Appreciate you, Mo Love. Let's see. Who else we got? Shout out to Andrew. He said, it's been a while. Here's one for the collection plate. Appreciate you, broski. Let's see. Shout out to C-Train. C-Train said, for the collection plate. See who else we got. Shout out to Malcolm D for the 20-month membership. Said, AM, been enjoying the channel. Keep up the hard work. Appreciate you, bro. Shout out to, I don't know how to pronounce that name, and I'm not going to butcher it, but I appreciate you. Said, great videos. Let's see. Shout out to, I don't know how to pronounce that either, but I appreciate you, bro. I told you, if I don't know how to pronounce y'all's names, I'm not going to butcher it, man. Shout out to Rebecca, said, you keep it real. I appreciate you. Let's see. And shout out to Black B Goku Zero, said, what app do you use to make AI songs? I use Suno. I use Suno too. That's the one I use too, bro. Appreciate you. And let's see what else we got. We got Cash App. Shout out to INP. He said, tell him about the gun line, boss. Salute to the light-skinned God. Appreciate you, bro. Let's see. Then we got my man Aaron. Aaron in the building. He said, so TJ Trout in the 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Mountain Time slot at 770 KKOB AM and 96.3 FM Albuquerque, which covers West Texas to Eastern Arizona and north to Pueblo, Colorado, is going to lose his show, Lib Idiot, Cumulus Station, Street Conservative Syndicated Remote in this slot. Okay, I don't know what.
That's that. That's that. We know energy.
Shout out to Aaron again. He said, "Oh, regards a topic last night. Know a lady from Laguna, Pueblo, New Mexico. Pueblo Indian woman, Chaco descendant. The curls in her hair are laser prob from a mix nearby." I don't know what you're talking about. Nearby later migrating Siberian-based Navajos, but she's dark chocolate. How's that, AM? Oh, you talking about the people that are real Native Americans that are basically black. Yeah.
That's that. That's that. We know energy.
Yeah, I agree with that. Shout out to Steve. He says supporting the shoe.
That's that. That's that. We know energy.
Shout out to Matthew. He says supporting the cookout.
That's that. That's that. We know energy.
Shout out to D Murray. He said thanks for the show. And shout out to Dark Power. Appreciate you. So let's get to this first topic. Let's see. Let me pull this up real quick because this is going to be a real treat for a lot of you. There's a whole bunch of you that just love when I talk about topics like this. So I know you're going to get a kick out of this. So let me pull this up real quick. For those of you that don't know who this is Dr. Claude Anderson. Let's play this clip.
Had a black guy named Anthony Johnson. Anthony Johnson came to the United States in 1621. Came in from England as a free black. And head rights in those days says anybody coming to the country can get 640 acres free right off the bat. Then plus you can get another 500 to 600 acres for every slave that you own. He immediately went and had 13 blacks. So within a few years, about 15 years, he was one of the richest blacks in the colonies. Now going up to 1638, he had all kinds of land and a whole bunch of slaves, getting close to about 70, 80 slaves now. And a white guy went over to one of his plantations. And one of the black slaves there, named John Castor, says enslavement codes, both explicitly and implicitly. And all the states began to enact it then, based on Anthony Johnson's ruling in court that he owns another black person for life.
No Tribes Media. Follow, like, and share.
So, I don't know how many of y'all heard that, right? And Modern Renaissance, man, I just emailed you back, bro. I just emailed you back. So let's dive into this for a second. Right? Now, I'm glad I came across that clip because I've had conversations with you guys about that particular story before. I've talked about that guy before, right? And, you know, when I say it, it's going to be a bunch of black folk that's going to be like, You don't know what you talking about, angry man. That's propaganda. That's a lie. That's BS. Because you know there are countless black folk in this country that just refuse to believe that it's possible for black folk to have owned slaves. They refuse to believe it. They have so thoroughly accepted the victim programming to where they don't believe it is possible for black people historically to be in that type of position of power. And by the way, that also is an implication of the slave mind as well, right? Because your mind is so thoroughly programmed with the concept that you're inferior and another group of people is superior, to where you can't even fathom the idea that at the founding of this country, there were black people that owned slaves. And by the way, let's be clear about this. The fact that you think, see, the problem is you have the fact that you think that it is impossible for a black person to own a slave has nothing to do with the concept of you just think black people are so righteous that they wouldn't do that. No, that's not why you think that. Most people would assume that. Most people would assume that the average black person doesn't believe that black people could have owned slaves because you believe in the inherent goodness of black people, the moral character of black people, because you know black folks always try to take the moral high ground, right? If you listen to black folks, they act as if all black people came from Africa, and before white people came on the scene, black folks was just in Africa buck naked with all kinds of resources, and everybody was just at peace and happy with each other. If you listen to them, they will have you believe that white men taught them how to war with each other, when the reality is it actually is the reverse. White folk learned about war from us, okay? But the idea of black people owning slaves, or the idea that they couldn't own slaves, it doesn't come from your idea of black people having the moral high ground. We would never do something like that. That's not the reason why you think that. The reason why you think that is because you don't believe that black people could have ever been in a position of power. You certainly don't want to believe that at one point black folks had the same amount of power as white people. You don't want to believe that, even though even in this day and age, like there are black people that have just as much power as white people in the society we live in. And I know you don't want to believe that. I know you don't want to believe that. Because see, part of racism isn't just white people that are racist believing that you're inferior. It also is you as a black person believing that you're inferior. And I know some of you are going to be like, wait a minute, Angry Man, what do you mean? I don't believe I'm inferior. Yes, you do. If you think that white people can create a societal or systemic structure that is successful at stopping you from accomplishing the goals that you're trying to accomplish, it's because you have thoroughly believed the concept that you are inferior. Because if you thought for 1 second that you weren't inferior, you would be like, there's no limitations on me. Whatever I put my mind to, I'm going to be able to accomplish. regardless of what roadblocks are put in front of me. That's the way you would think of it. You'd be like, yeah, you know, there's systemic racism and there's prejudice, and there's a lot of people that would do anything to try to stop me from accomplishing my goals, but I'm not going to let it stop me. That's what you would think if you truly viewed yourself as equal to white people. But you don't. You view yourself as inferior to white people. And that's why when you hear this story about this black man in 1666 owning black slaves, you think it's impossible. You think it's impossible. You refuse to believe it. Even though there's still slavery going on in certain parts of Africa right now, as we speak, right? But this particular man, who was a free, quote unquote, black man. Now, I don't know his history. I'm pretty sure he came from Africa. I'm pretty sure he went from Africa to Europe and then from Europe to the Americas. That's what I'm pretty sure of. You know, I could be wrong, right? But during the time that he came to America and was owning slaves, that was during the time where, and most people don't even know this. Most people in America don't even know this. Most people don't even know that when the Americas was first founded, you didn't own a slave for his entire life. Most people don't even realize that. And you know the reason why most people don't realize that? You want to know the reason why most black people in America don't understand that when slavery, when they first founded America and they had slaves, because keep in mind, black people in America think that slavery started here. Slavery had been going on before the founding of this country, right? The reason why black folk don't know that you didn't own a slave for life is because they don't teach that history. And black people ain't going to teach that history to each other. And the reason why they're not going to teach that history to each other is because then they would have to admit that the reason why a slave is owned for life was because of a black man. That's right. Not the greedy white man. A greedy black man. So when America was first founded, anybody that was a slave was considered an indentured servant. They were considered indentured servitude, which lasted about 5 years. But this particular black man, he wanted to keep his slaves forever. Why? For the free labor. So this black man lied to his slaves and said, I own you for your entire life. Until somebody told him, hey, you do know you was only supposed to be in service to him for 5 years. And then when that slave heard that and was like, I'm out, and ran off, that black man petitioned the court and set a precedence that ensured that moving forward, anybody that was a slave in America was going to remain a slave for the rest of their life. Now, before you bite my head off, and say, oh, Angry Man, that's just propaganda. Well, explain to me why Dr. Claude Anderson was saying it. Now, go ahead and tell me that Dr. Claude Anderson is full of it. I dare you. Go ahead and tell me that Dr. Claude Anderson is full of it, and you don't want to hear nothing about none of these lies because black folk ain't never owned no slaves. Wasn't Othello black? Wasn't Iago his slave? Did the Moors own slaves? I'll say it again. Did the Moors own slaves? See, here's the painful reality that most people don't want to realize. Slavery wasn't about race. That's not what it was about. Not when it started. That's not what it was about. See, how you became a slave was because you were part of an unfortunate group of people. See, prior to America, in most countries, you would see people of the same color enslaving people of the same color. Because back in the day, how you became a slave is if one tribe defeated another tribe or one kingdom defeated another kingdom, they would take the people as their slaves. So it wasn't even about race. It wasn't even about race. It became about race for a very specific reason. Let me see. Did I save that video as well? Did I save that video as well? I might not. Oh, I did save that video. I did save it. See, I've been doing right lately, y'all.
Slavery was not about race, and that's important. It was not about race. The only reason we think it's about race is because philosophers like David Hume in the 18th century ranked human beings and put Africans at the bottom, saying that they had no souls. The Enlightenment imposed the concept of race on a practice that had been going on for centuries in order to justify that practice. And why did they have to justify it? And this is the point. Because people in the West began to question slavery's moral validity. The fact is that people of all colors owned slaves, both as part of the Atlantic slave trade and outside of it. In the United States and Caribbean, black people owned thousands of black slaves, and so did the Native Americans. Nearly 20,000 of the Native American 5 civilized tribes sided with the Confederacy during the Civil War, fighting to keep slavery alive. 28% of the black population who were free in New Orleans pledged their support to the Confederacy. All of the 13 southern states of the Confederacy had substantial numbers of black slave owners. There were more than 250,000 free blacks, and nearly 4,000 of them were slave masters who owned more than 20,000 slaves. The practice of slavery was legal, after all. We need to remember that governments did not own slaves. Slave owners did. In fact, the US government fought a war to end slavery. How much should the descendants of the 400,000 Union soldiers who lost their lives fighting to free the slaves pay to the descendants of the slaves they freed? It's bizarre to suggest that human beings should inherit the outrage of the deeds of their parents. Should the child of a mass murderer be sent to prison because of his father's crime? No. In America, in the main, it was the Democrats who owned slaves, and the Democrats who in the main passed and enforced Jim Crow laws. It was also the Democrats who founded the Ku Klux Klan. Should the current Democratic Party be held responsible for this? No. We do not inherit the sins of our fathers.
What did Canaan say on Raising Canaan? He said, guess what? Block got it wrong again. Guess what? You've been lied to. You've been lied to. You have been lied to. See, the way we were brought up to believe that, stop me if you've heard this before. This is the way we were brought up. We were brought up to believe that the only people in America that were ever slaves were black people. First lie. We were brought up to believe that Black people in America were the first slaves in America, and the way slavery worked is you were born a slave and you died a slave. Second lie. The way we were taught is that white people went to Africa, stole black people from Africa, brought them here to America, and enslaved them. Third lie. Right? Hell, some of y'all just recently found out that Africans were selling other Africans. Right? Well, it's another lie that they tell. Another lie that they tell is the only people that owned slaves were white folk. This raises another question. And I'm not going to give you the answer. I'm not even going to attempt to explain it to you. I just want to ask the question. Okay? I just want to ask the question. And the question goes a little something like this. Why did they lie about this? Why did they lie about this? What's the purpose of the lie? Why do they need you to believe that only black people were enslaved? Why do they need you to believe that all the black people in America came from Africa? Why do they need you to believe that the only people that enslaved black people were white people? Why do they need you to believe this? What's the reason behind it? And why did they hide this story about this black man that sued to keep an indentured servant for his entire life, which set the legal precedent that every other slave owner, whether they be white, black, or whatever, that came after him used in order to not only own an indentured servant for the rest of his life, but then to begin breeding them. Now, for those of you that want to say, well, Angry Man, I don't believe that there was a black guy back in the day that owned slaves and you know, and he did this and he did that. This is what I want you to do. I want you to think about black people today. I want you to think about them today. Do black people today have a problem with selling each other out? Do black people today have a problem with exploiting other black people? Do black people, see, here's the thing. It's not difficult for me to believe that a black man back in the day owned black slaves, because I've seen black drug addicts standing outside of the trap house waiting for the dope boy to give them instructions to do XYZ. To wash his cars, to clean his house, to mow his grass, to build some shit for him. See, I've seen black men in today's time enslave other black men. I've seen it. Seen it with my own two eyes. And if you think that a dope fiend ain't a slave, you've never seen a dope fiend. He's a slave to that rock. And whoever's the master of that rock is the master of that dope fiend. You'll be amazed at what men will do for that drug, you'll be amazed at what women will do for that drug. And guess what? Some of it is just as wicked and debaucherous as slavery. Now, some of y'all gonna be like, okay, Angry Man, well, what was the purpose of you bringing this topic up? Well, there's only one purpose of me bringing this topic up. The truth. I like the truth. I like the truth. And I like to espouse the truth. I don't like to lie. I don't like to sit around saying things that's not true. You feel me? And what annoys me is the perpetual victimhood. See, I genuinely believe that if black folk, knew, like if we had an accurate accounting of history, right? Because you know how they say the truth shall set you free, right? And how people suffer for a lack of knowledge. I believe if we had a clear-eyed view of what history was, instead of us seeing history through the lens of Alex Haley, who admitted that he embellished and lied in Roots and all of that, right? I believe that if we saw history for what it really was, where you got black slave owners, you got black men that were just as free as white men back then, I believe it would destroy the victimhood mentality that we have as a group. I believe it would destroy it. See, I think personally that the only reason why there are so many black people today that are always crying victim is because they wholeheartedly believe that they have always been at the mercy of the system, that they've always been downtrodden, that they've, ever since the founding of this country, they've always been treated subhuman. They've always been at the bottom. So if you believe that, you're always going to have an excuse as to why you can't do XYZ, as to why you can't accomplish XYZ. Am I wrong? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. See, I said this before and I'm going to say this again. I don't care what you think. I don't care what no other group of people think. When I see a white man, an Asian man, a Latin man, a Middle Eastern man, I don't see no difference between me and them except minor cultural things. I don't view them as being superior to me. I don't view myself as being inferior to them. And maybe that's the difference. Maybe that's the difference between me and them. Or excuse me, me and some of y'all. Maybe that's the difference. Maybe that's the difference. But I don't view hold on one second. I just saw something I need to fix. Like I told y'all, I created an app. Well, it's not really an app. It's more of an an artifact. So whenever you guys contribute to the show, there's multiple ways to contribute, right? There's multiple ways to contribute. There's the super chat, which because I'm in StreamYard, StreamYard keeps track of those. So it stars them and I can go to each one of them, right? But I also have two different Cash Apps and a Venmo and a PayPal. So in order to keep track of all of that, y'all see me, I'll be having to go through my phones. I'll be having to go to the email, all that. So what I did is I created an artifact that basically keeps track of all of it. So I don't got to be looking in the phone and all of that. It basically scans my email. It scans the super chats, and then it categorizes them. It takes everything. It takes the name, the message you wrote, and it puts it all in a category. So I know how many people have contributed. I know what you said, and I can actually go to each one of the contributions, and I can put a check next to it to know I already read it and what. See, so and I'm only telling y'all this because I'll probably show you guys how to do this in my Patreon when I start. I told you guys I'm going to start doing Patreon videos where I show you guys some of the stuff I do as a content creator that streamlines my workflow and makes it a little bit less complicated to do, you know, to be a YouTuber or one-man production team. But the only reason I'm telling you this is when I sit back and I think about some of the things that I come up with and some of the things I implement, there's no way I could ever view myself as inferior to any other men. I just can't. I'm sorry. I just can't, bruh. I just can't. I just can't. I cannot. I cannot. And so basically, that's the reason why I've been pausing for a second, because I've got this thing running, and you know, I basically got, so the way I got it running, so at the top it has the Angryman Channel donation board. It's got the title of the live stream: Brittany Renner is broken in Mississippi, and every woman laughing at her is next. And then it's got Sweet 16, because what it does is every 10 minutes it scans to see if there's any new contributions. And then below it, it says next sweep in 3 minutes and 18 seconds. And then it's got the time and the date. And then it's got the donation goal, which we try to get 50 contributors. It's got the total amount of money. Then it's got all of the different donations. And then at the bottom, it has the gems. And I don't know how much the gems are worth, but I got this set up to where it calculates it for me. So I know how much the gems are worth now. So right now, you know, my man Donnell, he did a GOAT trophy, which was 1,000 gems. That equals $5. So shout out to him. But yeah, when I do stuff like this, there's no way that I could ever view myself as an inferior man. You feel me? Like I just can't. I just can't. I'm sorry. Because I'm sitting there one day and I'm like, you know what? I need a better way of doing XYZ. You know what I'm saying? And then I just came up with it. You feel me? And, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, like I said, those of you who have not, I'm not going to tell you when I'm going to do it, but probably in the next month or so, maybe I'll probably start doing videos where I show you guys some of the stuff that I do. It'll be on Patreon and all of that good stuff. So be on the lookout for that. But I got so much to do. I got so much on my plate. I still got to finish going through my book again because I'm gonna put a digital copy up for Kindle, whatever, right? But yeah, I think that if we had a real view of history, it would be much more difficult. It would be much more difficult for us as a group to, to basically play victim 24/7. And me personally, I don't see how people play victim in this day and age with everything that's available to us. Everything that's available to us, bro. How do you play victim when you literally have the world at your fingertips? You literally have, like, you live in a day and age where you don't have to do any coding. Bro, the moment we no longer have to code anything, that was like, bro, I be feeling like Dr. Doom over here. You understand? The moment that we got to the point where we don't have to code, that's the game changer right there. And if you don't know the implications of that, I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say because I literally have this thing pulled up and I'm testing it in real time. So right now it's up. It's on one of my screens. It's up and I'm testing it. And every time I see something that needs to be tweaked, I'm typing in order to change it in real time. Like they should have never gave me this much power. And I just literally scratched the surface. You feel me? I just literally scratched the surface. So let's get to the, oh, you know what? I didn't even make a super chats. What you call it? Y'all see I got my new joints? Y'all see I got my new joints up here? I got my new joint. Oh yeah, by the way, to my man Burnell, because this is what gave me the idea to do these joints right here.
It's time for the Beano Roll Call.
Stuff like that. What gave me the idea to do that, to update that, is my man Burnell. My man Burnell is the only person on this show that has been a super sponsor. Burnell, shout out to him. He is the only person on this show that has donated $500 numerous times on this show. Now, there have been people that have donated $500 before, but Burnell is the only one that has donated $500. So I created this for Burnell. Anytime Burnell comes through and drops some bread, if he drops 100 or more or 500 or more, I made this especially for you, Burnell. That's for you, bro. And to anybody that donates 500 or more, anybody that becomes a super sponsor, I will definitely make you your own joint like that I will play every single time you drop some bread. So basically, because Burnell has been a super sponsor, I always consider him a super sponsor. So if Burnell came here today and dropped $100, I'm gonna play this joint right here. But I forgot to make one for the super chats. So let me make one right now. I need to make one right now. I'm going to make one in real time. I wanted to say it's time for the super chats. Let's see. Might take a little while to cook that one up. Yeah, it might take a little while to cook that one up. So we'll check back in a second. We'll check back in a second. We'll go on to this next topic while that's cooking up. While that's cooking up, let's see. Oh, that brings me to this topic. Yeah, we got to talk about it. We got to talk about it. Let me pull this video up so you guys can see this. Let's see.
And if I ever catch anybody, male or female, calling one of my daughters fast, I'm popping your ass in the fucking mouth. And yeah, bitch, I can fight. And if I ever catch anybody, male or female, calling one of my daughters fast, I'm popping your ass in the fucking mouth. And yeah, bitch, I can fight.
I can tell by them hands. I can tell by them hands. You feel me? Like real talk. I can tell by them hands. I can tell that you can throw them hands just by how big them hands are in the first place, right? But here's the thing. Everybody's online right now arguing about this concept because there was a bunch of people that was saying that 13-year-old girl was being fast. Right? And by the way, I came across some more information about this too. So I'm going to play this soundbite as well. Check this out.
Was able to come to the house and do everything. However, she had told him he could no longer come over there because she wanted him to pay her light bill. He didn't have the money. So she told her daughter he cannot come over here no more until that motherfucker give her some money. Okay? She didn't steal her mama credit card. Her mama got him the Uber because she lied like he was finna bring her cash. That's all he had, cash. He wasn't able to cash out, Zelle, none of that. All he had was cash, right? However, that's why he made it there. She told him she was on the way home. He could be there when she's there so she can get the bread. That's why it's 30 minutes apart. It wasn't no, she was trying to sneak him in and get him there before the mama got home. No, he just arrived literally because it takes about 15, depending on if you cut over, it takes about 30 minutes for you to get back to that side of town. Okay, that's how long it took. She got there. He didn't have the money. That's when he ran. They get into an argument. He ran into her room, shut the door. He got up under the bed. She talking. That's when she got the gun, went in there and get the fuck out of my house, all this and that. Said a few words, turned around and walk out. That's when she did what she did. The reason why they're trying to get her for premeditated murder is because the daughter ended up showing the text messages where she said, if he come back to my house and ain't got my money, I'm going to kill him.
Baby, when I tell you, if you got a friend like that, you don't need no friends. I got to go.
Let's stop it right there. Because here's the other trend that I keep noticing. Now, before we even get into this whole concept of whether or not this 13-year-old was fast, but even more than that, before we get into this concept of whether or not any 13-year-old girl can be fast, my question is this. I keep noticing, because this is supposed to be the friend of Kendra Scott. This is her friend that has went on social media platforms and is telling all of the business. Now, here's what I keep noticing. And this is why I say the women of the community ain't hitting on shit. I've seen countless videos of these women reviewing Kendra Scott's friend, telling her business, saying Kendra knew this boy was messing with her. Kendra knew this 20-year-old man was messing with her 13-year-old daughter. The only reason she was allowing it, allegedly, is because he was giving her money or she expected him to pay a light bill or something. Every time I see a clip on TikTok or wherever where there is a black woman reviewing that footage, reviewing that woman saying that, they always end the video by saying, ooh, with friends like that, you don't need no enemies. Let that sink in for a second. Let that sink in for a second. Matter of fact, let me help you out. Let me help you. I'm going to help everybody out here. What if we reversed everything? What if we swapped out a couple of things? What if this was a father that had a 13-year-old daughter and he comes home, finds a grown man, 20 years old, under his daughter's bed, and he shoots the man in the back of the head? And then one of his homeboys, after this man gets arrested and charged with first degree, one of his homeboys jumps on the internet and says, yeah, he knew that dude was coming there to mess with his daughter. The only reason he allowed it is because the dude was giving him money. And then every last one of us men that come to the internet and review that footage, we say, ooh, I wouldn't want him as no partner. He telling all the business. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? These women are more concerned that her friend is spilling the beans than they are about the fact that she was allowing a 20-year-old man to deal with her 13-year-old daughter for money. This is how I know The women of our community are cooked. And guess what? Nobody's calling it out. I haven't seen nobody call it out yet. I ain't seen nobody call it out yet. I ain't seen nobody call. Matter of fact, watch this. Watch this. Y'all remember this video? Hold on, let me see if she did a new video.
Kendra Scott case. Now, in my comments, I was looking, and I ain't got time to pull it up right now, but somebody was like, I was going back and forth. I'm on her side 1 minute, now I'm not on her side. It's not that. It's that somebody again. Now, when
hold on.
Kendra Scott's friend has stepped into the chat. Kendra's name, as she called her Kiki, she said Kiki was never able to hold down a job as she's portraying. She also said that the reason why Kendra unalived this young man is because of the fact this young man didn't give her bill money, light bill money. This is a friend. Now, that's why I say with some friends like this, you don't need no enemy. The friend was on a live telling everyone.
With friends like this, you don't need no enemies. The friend was on the live telling everything. Let me just stop for a second. To everybody watching this, am I wrong for thinking this is crazy? In fact, I'm going to do the same thing that the women do. I saw a woman today that said, if you're a man that's on the internet right now saying that, well, we need to see what the 13-year-old look like before we start passing judgment. She said, if you're a man on the internet saying that, we got to side-eye you. And God forbid you should ever be around any children. Why we don't have this same energy for these women? Why aren't we saying, if you're a woman that's on the internet right now, mad that Kendra Scott's friend is telling all of the business about Kendra allegedly letting this 20-year-old man deal with her 13-year-old daughter for money, if you're upset about her telling it, we need to side-eye you, because you'll probably do the same thing with your daughter. Why are we not doing that? Why do we let these women get away with this type of crap, man? There's 2 women I done showed you so far that said, ooh, I wouldn't want to have no friend like that. You mean you wouldn't want to have no friend that would tell on you letting a grown man deal with your daughter for money? Why do we let these women get away with being pieces of shit? Why do we do this, bro? Why don't we call this out? I'm going to play it again.
Kendra Scott's friend has stepped into the chat. Kendra's name, as she called her Kiki, she said Kiki was never able to hold down a job as she's portraying. She also said that the reason why Kendra unalived this young man is because of the fact this young man didn't give her bill money, light bill money. This is a friend. Now, that's why I say with some friends like this, you don't need no enemy. The friend was on a live telling everything about text messages and proof that Kendra already knew that her 13-year-old daughter was already messing with this 20-year-old man. It's been going on for a while now. A while. She got upset because this man was helping her pay bills in this house. Y'all, this is really sad. This is, see, I made a video about how some mothers didn't care about us back in the day. They'll throw you out when you got pregnant. This ain't nothing changed, because you had women back in the day that was pimping their daughters to get their bills paid by these drug dealers and everybody else. This is the same scenario. This lady done unalive this boy.
And you just got through saying, you just got through talking like her friend was wrong for exposing it. You just got through talking like the friend was wrong for exposing it. Am I wrong, y'all? Am I losing my mind? Am I crazy? Am I crazy, or do y'all think this is wrong too?
And she already knew she was mad because she wasn't getting no light bill money. And then on top of that, in an interview, he was special needs. He was autistic. His teacher talked highly of him and stuff. No, he shouldn't be messing with underage girls, but his mind is not there. So that's on the parents, because you have to pay special attention to special needs children. But I just want to say this.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did she just say this dude was autistic? Did she just say this dude was autistic? This is getting worse. This is getting worse. This is getting worse.
With friends like this, you don't need no enemy. Because how could you sit up there and entertain a woman that's telling you she's taking advantage of a special needs man, 20 years old, and letting him fool around with her daughter that's 13 years old? Don't you know I would have been through with her and called the police on her? Because the evidence is going to be all in them text messages. This is truly sad, and I hope it's a lie, but I'm going to openly apologize for the video I put up. She did not have a right to unalive that young man, especially when she already knew it was because of her he was coming over there. He was coming to this lady's house strictly for the fact he was messing with her daughter, and she was allowing it so he could help her pay them bills. This is a shame. This is a shame, and I'm going to say it again. Y'all keep telling your friends your business. This how I have friends telling friends your business, and them text messages will do it every time.
Friends telling friends your business. Not, I'm so glad her friend came out and told the truth. Not, I'm so glad her friend is exposing this. And I told you, it's numerous, bro. I didn't save all of them, but every time I've seen that this came out, these women aren't apologizing for defending her. They're not apologizing for defending Kendra Scott. They're talking trash about her friend for telling her business. They're talking trash about her friend for telling her business. And I haven't heard not now one of these women go in on this woman for basically using her daughter to try to make money. Like it's beyond disgusting. It's beyond disgusting. By the way, y'all, we got 33 contributors. We still need 17. We need 17 people. We need 17 people. But this is disgusting, man. In fact, I'm gonna play this again. Watch what the woman said after everything is said. After everything is said, watch what this woman says at the end.
Was able to come to the house and do everything. However, she had told him he could no longer come over there because she wanted him to pay her light bill. He didn't have the money. So she told her daughter he cannot come over here no more until that motherfucker give her some money. Okay? She didn't steal her mama credit card. Her mama got him the Uber because she lied like he was finna bring her cash. That's all he had, cash. He wasn't able to cash out, steal none of that. All he had was cash, right? However, that's why he made it there. She told him she was on the way home. He could be there when she's there so she can get the bread. That's why it's 30 minutes apart. It wasn't no, she was trying to sneak him in and get him there before the mama got home. No, he just arrived literally because it takes about 15, depending on if you cut over. It takes about 30 minutes for you to get back to that side of town. Okay, that's how long it took. She got there. He didn't have the money. That's when he ran. They get into an argument. He ran into her room, shut the door. He got up under the bed. She talking. That's when she got the gun, went in there and get the fuck out of my house, all this and that. He said a few words, turned around and walked out. That's when she did what she did. The reason why they're trying to get her for premeditated murder is because the daughter ended up showing the text messages where she said, if he come back to my house and ain't got my money, I'm going to kill him.
Baby, when I tell you, if you got a friend like that, you don't need no friends. I gotta go. Bye.
Was able to come to the house and do everything. However,
I told you. If you got a friend, what did she say? If you got a friend like that,
I'm gonna kill him.
Baby, when I tell you, if you got a friend like that, you don't need no friends.
If you got a friend like that, you don't need no friends. Out of everything she heard, that was the conclusion she came to. And let's be real. What reason does this friend have to tell this story? Like, why would the friend just be sitting around one day and come up with a whole freaking scenario as to why all of this? That woman ain't lying. That woman ain't lying. And I'm going to tell you the reason I know that woman ain't lying. Because it's typical of the community. It's typical. In fact, I'll take it a step further. I'm willing to bet everybody up in that house is slow. From the mama to the 20-year-old dude that was coming over there to the daughter. I bet you every last one of them in there got IQs lower. You know what? I'm not even going to go there. Somebody going to get offended. So somebody gonna get offended and be like, "Oh, angry man, you're going too far. I'm sorry. Look, some of y'all been to Memphis. Like, let's be real. Y'all seen Glorilla and Brorilla. Y'all heard them. Y'all heard the way them folks be saying music and Cuban. Like, let's be real. Like, I guarantee you. Look, go back and look at them photos. Go back and look at them photos. Go look at them photos of everybody involved. Go look at them photos of everybody involved, fam. A lot of bad chromosomes, you feel me? A lot of bad breeding. A lot of bad breeding. And y'all know it. But like I said, I'm still bugging off of the fact that these women, you know what I'm saying? They just look at it like, she told the business. So guess what that makes me wonder? That makes me wonder, because right now, think about this. The only reason the friend is telling the business because of what happened, right? So that meant this could have went on for telling how long, right? That means that woman, Kendra Scott, could have been using her daughter to get money from older men from now until that girl was grown. And it raises the question, how many other women in the community knew that was going on? I told you, bro, the worst thing that ever happened to the black community is the moment you end up with these neighborhoods that's just filled with nothing but single mamas and they kids and a bunch of pookies. I'm telling you. Because look, I'm telling you what I know for a fact. The black men that got sense, they've already abandoned the community. Now, some of y'all might be like, well, what do you mean, Angry Man? What do you mean the black men with sense? Bro, black men that have sense don't live in the ghetto no more. I don't know if y'all noticed that or not. How many of y'all noticed that? Press 1 if y'all have noticed that. Press 1. And it ain't just the black men. It's black people. Black people with sense don't live in the ghetto no more. Not in this day and age. In this day and age, black people with some sense, they done did the Jeffersons thing. They done moved on up. They living in suburban neighborhoods and decent, like nice houses and stuff. The only people still in the ghetto, okay? The only folks that's still in the ghetto, that's still in the hood, are the ignorant ones. Look, I'm going to tell you something right now. I said that there needs to be a separation. But you know what I realized? We already have a separation. Black people just refuse to acknowledge it. There's already a separation. We just refuse to acknowledge it. Like real talk. We just refuse to acknowledge it. But there's already a separation. Because the black folk that got sense, even if they don't broadcast it, even if they don't tell everybody, even if they're not willing to admit it, they left the hood a long time ago. They left the hood a long time ago and ain't got no intention of going back. Ain't got no intention of going back. But you know who's still in the hood? Folks like this. Them folks. They still in the hood. They still in the hood engaging in hood activities. But here's the funny thing, right? When you look at what this woman, Kendra Scott, was doing, I bet y'all never, I bet all of you women that read The Color Purple, I bet y'all never figured out that Mr. was actually Mrs. I bet y'all never thought in a million years that the character Mr. and the shenanigans he was engaged in, that's actually the women of the community, not the men. Yeah, projection. All of the stuff you see Mr. doing in The Color Purple, that's what the women be doing. Mm-hmm. That's what the women be doing. Because here's the reality. Miss Seeley, right? You remember how the father was trying to give Miss Seeley away to Mr., right? That's not how that works. It ain't. Black men don't be trying to give their daughters away. If anything, black men be trying to keep their daughters with them. If a dude is trying to date a black man's daughter, let me tell you something. Black men don't like no men that try to date their daughters at all. The ones that's always trying to give the daughters away or trying to push the daughters out the house into the arms of an older man with some money is the women. It's the mamas that be doing that shit. Matter of fact, Tina Turner's mama did that. Go back and look at what's love got to do with it. What did Tina's mama do? What did Anime Bullock's mama do? Gave her to Ike. It be the women. It be the women. It be the women. It don't be these fathers. It be the mamas doing that. Let's see if we got this thing ready. That shit still don't look. It got the sound right, but it didn't get the graphic right. What in the hell? What in the heezy? I guess we got to use the old one until I get that one right. We'll just use the old one until I get that one right.
It's that time again. We going up.
It's time to read the super chats.
Yes, indeedy. Let's get to these. Where we at? We got 37 people. We still need 12 people, guys. 13 people, I mean. Let me make sure. Let me update the list. But yeah, it'd be the mamas that be trying to get these girls out the house and, you know, or at least in my era, in the Gen X era, that's what they was doing. They was trying to get rid of them girls. They was trying, if some dude came along that had some money or whatever. So let's start here. Oh, so we got 38. We need 12 people to reach the goal, guys. We need 12 people to reach the goal. Let's see who we got. Shout out to High Tolerance. He says, salute AM. Alex Haley's depiction of events in Roots can be seen as questionable. Go back down memory lane and what was projected in conscious hip hop, i.e., Public Enemy, X-Clan, Sister Soldier, and Professor Griff. Appreciate you, bruh.
That's that. That's that. We know energy.
Let's see who we got next. We got my man Shaq Quick. Said A. Johnson started off as an indentured servant, worked to earn his freedom, then later acquired slaves in VA, and the court ruling date was 1655, and coincidentally, perpetual slavery was legalized in 1663. Mm-hmm.
That's that. That's that. We know energy.
Let's see who else we got. Shout out to Glass444 said, on a social and psychological level, why can't these women be agreeable or accountable? I know the question is exhausting. It's because they're not socialized to. That's why. It's a very simple answer. The reason why they don't do any of those things is because they haven't been socialized to. They haven't been socialized to. That's why. Wait a minute. I actually clicked the wrong one. Let me go back. There we go. Yeah, they haven't been socialized to. That's the reason. They live in a world where they don't have to be accountable. They don't have to do any of those things, and that's the reason why. That's the reason why they're not accountable or agreeable, because they live in a world where they don't have to be that. Shout out to High Tolerance. He said in 6th grade, a classmate handed me a note to pass to her homegirl. I recklessly eyeballed, and all I saw was Shane's "you know what" is 8 inches long. Shook the F out of me. Fast forward today, and she's a career 304, 3 kids, 2 deadbeat baby daddies. Yeah. Hey, look, that don't surprise me.
That's that Bino energy.
That does not surprise me, not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. Shout out to Dale. He said the court initially ruled in favor of Parker, freeing Castor. Johnson appealed the decision, and the court reversed its previous judgment. Dang.
That's that Bino energy.
Shout out to Alex. Alex said Liberia was founded by free slaves, and then they ended up having slaves themselves. It's not funny, but it's messed up.
That's that Bino energy.
It's not funny, but it's messed up. Shout out to I can't pronounce it, bro. I'm sorry. It says so many black people read the Bible and still don't get it. My bad. That's the wrong one. Let's see. These gems is throwing me off a little bit. Shout out to Glass444 said, wow, Bob Marley even said stolen from Africa, brought to America, Buffalo Soldier. Yeah. Yeah, because we all believed that. We all believed it. We all believed it. Okay, StreamYard, I'm going to need you to get it together. What in the hell? I'm about to just start reading these joints and not putting them on screen because this shit just keeps screwing up. Shit is annoying. Fucking hate StreamYard. Shout out to Bull City. Hold on. Shout out to Mr. Chill. Said, I live in Memphis, which is 75% black, and grew up here. When I said there is more to this story and the kid was slow, but the girl was fast, these women call me all kinds of, yeah, that's what they do. That's what they do. And keep in mind, they're not doing that to you because they genuinely believe that about you. They're only doing that because they got to defend the BS. They got to defend the BS. That's what they got to do. If they don't do nothing else, they're going to defend their BS. Shout out to the lowly one. Appreciate you. Shout out to High Tolerance. Said, this is a play from back in the day. I remember mothers had no problem with D-boys paying rent, bills, clothes, etc. for access to their daughters, including late nights. Yeah. Yeah. I know some women that did that foolishness. I know some women that have done that foolishness. Like, for real. I know some women that engaged in that foolishness. Let's see. Shout out to Stanley. He said Eritrea 320,000. Let's see. Sudan 11. Hold on. I got to pull this message up so y'all can see it. Where is it at? Is that it? There it go, right there. It said Eritrea 320,000, Mauritania 194,000, South Sudan 111,000, Democratic Republic of the Congo 1,611,000, Nigeria 470,000 slaves in Africa today. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Jesus Christ. Jesus. Shout out to Stanley. Let's see. Is that everybody? I think that's everybody for the moment. Oh my God. That's crazy. That's crazy. And if you really want to be truthfully honest, that woman, what she was doing was basically like slavery. Like, I mean, you literally got your daughter out here messing with 20-year-olds. There's something seriously wrong with the black community, y'all. And we keep overlooking it. There we go. There we go. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. We got it right, buddy. We got it right, buddy. Let's see. Sponsor graphics. Let's pull this up real quick and see what it looked like in real time. We got too many videos though. We gotta delete some of these videos. Let's see. Where's one I can delete? I can delete that one. I might have to start using OBS again. Because they got limits on how many freaking videos you can have on StreamYard. Let's see. Which one was it? Damn it. I'm bugging. Hold on. Let's see. Super chats. All right, let's check this out and see what it looked like. This is super chats. There we go. Let's see what it looked like.
It's time for the Super Chats.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. I might try to run it again and see if I can get an even better one. But I like that. That looks nice. That's real clean, real professional. Real professional. You feel me? Yeah, I might have to go back to OBS. The only reason why I really like StreamYard is because it seems to be more stable. And then on top of that, it gives me the easy ability to be able to pull up the. I really was only using StreamYard because it keeps track of the super chats. But now that I got this thing I created, I don't really need that. So I might end up going back to OBS, like for real. Might end up going back to it and just see, because it'll be the first time. Like, I've never used OBS on Mac, so it'll be the first time I'm actually using it on Mac, But let's get to the main topic. Why is it so hot in here, bro? Must be hot, must be scorching outside. So let's get to this main topic. Brittany Renner. Brittany Renner. Brittany. So, said, which one with the live graphics? That was fire. That was OBS. See, I'm limited over here. I'm limited on this joint. Like, I can do so much on OBS. You have no earthly idea how much stuff I can do on OBS. I'm limited over here. I can only do certain stuff. See, with OBS, I can, especially now that I'm using AI, like, I've got this freaking artifact keeping track of the donations. I probably would be able to link it to OBS to where it'll actually show the donations on the screen, like the count. Like right now we're at 38 people. I could probably get it to where to show it on the screen on OBS using AI. Haven't tried it yet, but there's no telling what I could do with OBS with AI right now. In fact, I'm gonna look that up when I get off of this live stream. But let's get into this about Brittany Renner. So how many of you guys have been noticing Brittany Renner popping up on your social media feeds periodically? How many of y'all have been noticing it? And by the way, it would be nice if we could get a sponsor. We need a sponsor for the show tonight. Who's going to sponsor the show? Anybody that drops 100 or more will be a sponsor. We need at least one sponsor. If we get one sponsor, I consider that us reaching the goal. But Brittany Renner is, how can I say this? So for everybody that's been watching Brittany Renner go through these changes, right? Because, she sat down with, if I'm not mistaken, didn't she sit down with Kevin? I think she sat down with Kevin. One time she went and sat down with Anton. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. I think she did a podcast with Kevin one time. She did an interview with Kevin. She did one with Anton. She did one with Cam Newton. She did that other one where she was twerking all over Charleston White. And then just out of nowhere, she decided to become Islamic. And she was Muslim all of what, 5 minutes? She was Muslim for like 5 minutes. Like she was, and I don't know if y'all remember or not, but she was getting rid of her clothes. Like all of the clothes that were revealing, she was getting rid of, right? And if y'all remember, I spoke on this and I said, yo, I was rooting for her. I was like, yo, if she genuinely has changed her life around, I'm not gonna shit on her for that. I'm not gonna talk crazy about her for that. But guess what? This is another one of those instances, just like with this chick in Memphis. I tried to believe in you, Brittany Renner, and you got me looking crazy out here. Because if y'all remember when she first decided to become Muslim, I tried to speak highly of her decision. But I knew somewhere in my heart of hearts, somewhere, I knew she was full of it. I knew she was full of it. I should have known what was going on. So she was Muslim for all of 5 minutes, right? And then next thing you know, she came back out. She had her hair out. She was out here, and I was like, yeah, that didn't last long. Didn't last long. And so now she's out here doing videos. There was one video where she had a meltdown. I can't remember what video that was, but there was one video she had a whole meltdown. There was another video where she was trying to, I guess, relaunch her social media career, and that failed in spectacular fashion. And so now she's out here doing videos. She's upset about something that Myron said. So let me play the clip of what she said about Myron from Fresh and Fit.
The guy from Fresh and Fit, Myron. First of all, Myron, okay. I saw he had a quote retweeted. Something was like, I told her this years ago. She's going to be in her 30s, single. Nobody takes her seriously. Babe, it's not that nobody takes me seriously. I don't take these men seriously. What is it like? What is there for me to do? And I feel like, to Myron, there's a broader conversation to have than like weaponizing singleness. Huh? Aren't you single? What happened to you and your bitch?
He's a dude. When are y'all gonna, bro? Could somebody please tell me why? Why are they so slow? Why do they not get this concept? You're a woman. He's a guy. It doesn't matter if he stays single forever. He's a dude. There's a difference. How many ways, how many times, how many men have to explain this to you? And then you're sitting there talking about it's not that these men don't take me seriously. I don't take these men seriously. Do you think we're not watching you? Brittany, you know we can see you, right? You think we don't see you going through all of these changes and trying to, like, bro, you think we didn't see you trying to be one of Kevin Gates' wives? Do you think we didn't see all of that? We know these men don't take you seriously because you're not a serious person. Okay? So now let's pull this up real quick. Let's pull this up real quick.
Yeah, I recently moved to Mississippi because I was in LA. Oh, it's been so hard rebuilding my life financially. I have double the responsibility, not really half the help, and move back to Mississippi. And my goal is to move back to LA, of course. People just don't wake up and stop loving people. Yeah, I recently moved to Mississippi because
she moved back to Mississippi because she couldn't afford to live in LA anymore. And by the way, shout out to Izzy Bands, right? One day I was having a conversation with Izzy on the phone like a while back. And I said, there's something about Brittany Renner that just looks funny to me. And I don't know what it is. And you know what he said to me? He said, she looks like Gadget from Chip and Dale's Rescue Rangers. And ever since Izzy said that, I can't unsee it. I can't unsee it, bro. Hold on. I'm going to pull up the picture. I'm going to pull up the picture. And once you see it, you're not going to be able to unsee it, bro. And I don't know what, I don't know how Izzy came up with this. I don't know if he just looked at her one day and that's what he saw or what. But bro, hold on, let me pull this picture up. Fam, you're not gonna be able to not see this, bro. Hold on. Let's see. Where is it at? There it go, right there. Bruh. Oh, bruh. Hold on. I'm gonna show you this picture again, and then I'm gonna go back to the video. Hold on, I'm gonna play the video. You can't unsee it now.
I was in LA. Oh, it's been so hard rebuilding my life financially. I have double the responsibility, not really.
You can't unsee it, can you?
Have to help and move.
It's that chin, bro. That's what it is. Chip, 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 and Dale. Rescue Rangers. When there's danger.
Back to Mississippi. And my goal is to move back to LA, of course. People just don't wake up and stop loving people. Yeah,
Oh, sweet Jesus. Brittany. And she admits, hold on, let me see. Let me pull up some more videos. And Brittany admits that her resources are men. So she admits that her resources come from men. Let's see. Where does she says her resources are men? Hold on for a second. Let's pull up these videos because there's a bunch of them. Check it out.
like I was saying, I see why women stay and suck a dick and shut up. Because for me, I'm Brittany Renner. So baby, if I got it once, I can get it twice. If I've never gotten it, I can get it. You know what I mean? So it's like, I understand what people say because it's been so hard rebuilding my life financially. It's like I have double the responsibility, not really half the help. That's okay. God sees all, you know, the God that you claim you believe in. But yeah, so yes, I left every time. Because one thing about it, two things for sure, you got to think about it. If I'm so head over heels in love with people and I care about them, I have a baby for them, or they beat in every chamber of my heart, and all of a sudden now I just don't care anymore. What you think happened? People just don't wake up and stop loving people. Not like that. So for me, it's like, oh yeah, baby, I'm not about to waste another second. Because it's like, for me, my devotion runs so deep that once you show me what it is, I'm going to show you what it ain't. And what it will never be again. So yeah, I don't waste time. I don't care how public, like even the last guy I was with, I don't care how public we are. I don't care what we talked about, what we did. If you met my son, bitch, bye. Fuck you. Let your mother love you. Huh?
God bless Brittany Renner. God bless her. She is a wealth of content. She is a wealth of content. And I'm going to tell you guys why she's a wealth of content, right? This is the beautiful thing about Brittany Renner. The beautiful thing is she doesn't have enough sense to hide the things she's going through in her life that makes all of the men right about her. So everything that Kevin said about her, everything that Myron said about her, everything that I said about her, she doesn't have enough sense to say, you know what? I'm not going to go live and tell people what I'm going through until I figure this thing out. No, she's going to go live because in her mind, she thinks owning it makes her unique, you know. And then on top of that, there's the added benefit of getting the attention, right? So you got to realize women like that, they don't care how they get attention. They don't care if they're getting attention because they got on a sexy dress or because their life is a train wreck. They don't care. And see, what you got to realize is Brittany Renner, she's doing what she's doing right now. It's not exactly the same, but it's similar to what Melissa Ford is doing. See, what Melissa Ford does now is she goes on podcasts, and she has her podcast where she talks about the attention she used to get in order to get attention. I'm going to say that again. She talks about the attention she used to get in order to get attention. It's kind of like a guy that's old as hell that used to be a drug dealer back in the day, and he doesn't have the same clout or the same celebrity or the same notoriety as he did back then. So now he gets his notoriety by going on podcasts and talking about what he used to do. Yeah, man, you know, back in 85, you know, I was the first dude to have, you know, that type of car. You know what I'm saying? There was only 10 that they made, and I was one of the people that had it. You feel me? Everybody know them war story ass niggas, right? Like 50 said, he said, man, dudes be talking about some, man, you remember back in the day, man, I had 10 bricks, man. I had this, and, you know, I remember I bought you a watch. Somebody want to hear that shit. You know what they call that? They call that being a has-been. That's what they call that. A has-been. You used to be something, and now your ass ain't nothing. And you got to try to figure out a way to navigate the world, not getting the same attention that you used to get. Now, here's the reality, right? Because I'm going to tell you what Brittany Renner's going through right now. I'm going to tell you what she's going through right now. And I'm going to tell y'all what you're witnessing in real time. And this is why she's such a gift, okay? Because people come up here all the time and they say, oh, these RP dudes and these podcast bros, they just run in their mouth. They don't know what they're talking about. Let me tell you something. Brittany Renner is the gift that keeps on giving because she has proved the entire manosphere right 10 times over. She has proved everybody right 10 times over. Because you want to know what she's going through right now? We are watching her hit the wall in real time. You ever see them? Remember them videos back in the day where the crash test dummy videos where they would show the cars that they were testing the brakes and the durability, and the car would go up, and as soon as it get ready to hit the impact wall, they would slow it down in slow motion. That's what we're watching right now. We're watching her hit the wall in slow motion. And she doesn't know how to cope with it. She doesn't know how to deal with it. And you want to know why? This is why she doesn't know how to cope with it. Because physically, she's still attractive. Now, she's not really my cup of tea. She looks like a cartoon character, in my opinion. But I'm not going to sit here and say she's not an attractive woman. She's an attractive woman, right? So, and here's the crazy thing. She's just as attractive right now as she was 5 years ago. But she doesn't realize, and this is where the problem comes in at, right? Because that's what fools her. That's what fools a lot of women, right? This is why Lisa Ray and Vivica, see, Lisa Ray and Vivica, they didn't just start getting crazy. They've been getting crazy for a while, right? And the reason why is because when a woman that gets a ridiculous amount of attention because of how she looks, when she's 30 some years old and she looks in the mirror, she still looks pretty much the same. So in her mind, nothing has changed. Okay? She's like the old dude that used to play basketball in high school and he think he still got a game in him. He doesn't realize, even though his mind knows what to do on the court, his body ain't the same. Your body ain't the same, bro. Your mind is going to want you to do something your body ain't going to allow you to do. And see, the problem with her and what she doesn't realize is there may not be that much difference. Like, how old is Brittany Renner right now? How old is she right now? How old is Brittany Renner? So she's 34 right now. Okay, cool. 34. So here's the thing. There may not be, and I'm gonna keep it real because she's an athlete. She's a former athlete. She probably goes to the gym and all of that shit, right? There probably isn't that much difference between her now and her at 24. There's probably not that much difference, right? But she doesn't understand that even though physically there may not be that much difference in the dating world, there's a huge difference. And it's funny because I've been trying to figure out why women don't understand this. If rich guys, if you're a woman who's attractive enough and you're in the right social circles and you've got the right network to where multimillionaires, right? Multimillionaires are attracted to you. Oh, we got a sponsor. We got a sponsor. That boy is good. Shout out to JRA. He said, thank you, AM. I appreciate your willingness to share your insights with the world. I concur with your observation regarding the double standard related to the events in Memphis. Had it been a man involved, the community would have reacted much more harshly. Appreciate you, bruh.
That's that. That's that. We know energy.
Let me give you one more. That boy is good. Appreciate that love, fam. Yes, indeed. So, going back to my point, right? And this is the point that I need to make. This is the point I got to harp on. Got to harp on this point, much as y'all might not like it. Here's the reality that Brittany Renner doesn't understand, and most women don't understand. If you're 24 years old and you're drop dead gorgeous. You're the type of woman that multi-millionaires want to wine and dine. They want to take you on their private jets. They want to fly you all around the world. They want you to lay on their yacht and sunbathe. They just think you're the shit. When you turn 34 and you still look the same for the most part, only difference is now you done had a kid or two. What makes you think that them same millionaires or new ones are going to want you at 34 when they can get another you at 24? I don't understand why they don't understand this. JRA said, can I get a wrench? I got you, bro. I don't understand why they don't understand this. Am I making sense? Am I making sense? If you're 34 years old and you're a hottie or a baddie or whatever you want to call yourself, and you used to get all of the men foaming at the mouth when you were 24, why would they still be foaming at the mouth when there's a new 24-year-old you out here running around? Like, they just don't get it. They don't get it. See, the problem is they think, women like Brittany Renner think that her value is based on her looks and her personality. No, sweetheart. No. Your value is based on your looks and your youth. You know why? Because you're still single. Your value as a woman isn't based on your looks and your personality until you get married. See, your personality doesn't get factored into the equation. See, this is the part that you ladies don't get. And I've been trying my best to explain this to y'all. There's numerous guys that have been trying to explain it to you. You just don't want to hear it. You just don't want to understand the value in finding a good man and getting married. See, when you're single, your value in the dating world is based on your looks and your youth. When you find a good man and get married, it is only then you can swap out youth for personality. Your husband is not going to trip about you getting older because he's getting older with you. He's getting older with you. See, your husband values your looks and your personality. Your husband values your looks and your personality. Because once you get married, you know that you're both going to get older. I don't know why it's like that, but when you're out here, it's like that because most people that are dating are young. That's why it's like that. You feel me? Most people that are dating are young. Even when it comes to the men, the one thing, and it's a double standard, but the one thing that men have as an advantage if we've got money and we're successful, we can jump back into the dating world. If a man is successful and he's single, he can jump back into the dating world. So a guy could be married. He could be married in his 20s. Like he could get married at 25 and then end up getting a divorce at 35. If that guy is successful and got money, at 35, he can jump back in the dating world. He can jump smooth back in the dating world. And here's the thing. He was single at 24. He got married at 25, right? At 24, there's a certain type of women he was dating at 24. If that man gets divorced at 35 and he's got money and he's successful, he can jump back in the dating world and pick up where he left off at 24. He can still date the type of women he was dating when he was 24. Women can't do that. Y'all can't do that. Y'all can't do that. And it's a double standard, and I get it, and it's not fair, but life isn't fair. It is what it is. It is what it is at the end of the day, right? So Brittany Renner, she's not understanding. Like, she doesn't realize that her time has passed. Like, Brittany Renner, the thing about her, you can't feel sorry for her. You can't feel sorry for her. And the reason why you can't feel sorry for her is because she's been on the arm of numerous millionaire men. Brittany Renner is supposed to be somebody's wife. She's supposed to be some millionaire's wife somewhere. If you really want to be honest, Brittany Renner is supposed to be a kept woman. She's supposed to be somewhere lounging, you know what I'm saying? Somewhere and see, here's the thing, right? I'm gonna tell you where she messed up. I'm gonna tell you where she messed up. Let me ask you guys this question. Let me ask you guys this question. Where do y'all think she messed up? Let me see if anybody got any guesses. Where do you guys think that Brittany Renner messed up? Because I'm gonna tell you exactly where she messed up. And by the way, y'all, we only need 8 more people to reach the goal. I'm gonna tell you exactly where she messed up. Thank you, Malika. Thank you, Malika. She messed up with PJ Washington. But I'm going to tell you how she messed up. She messed up because she ain't got no discipline. She messed up because she ain't got no discipline. Right? So like I said, Brittany Renner, however she did it, she was around numerous millionaire men. Numerous millionaire men. Right? And she's the type of chick that will put herself in the right places to bump into the right type of men. She's also the type of chick to make sure she keep her figure tight, make sure she stay in shape and all of that stuff, right? So she knew aspects of the game, right? But I'm going to tell you the one thing that she's missing. A lot of them are missing. they're missing that thing that 50 Cent's baby mama has. Okay? 50 Cent's baby mama has a quality that a lot of these women don't have. If 50 Cent's baby mama wanted to be a married woman, she'd have been a married woman a long time ago. A long time ago, right? So with Brittany Renner, right? She tried to take the shortcut. Instead of securing the ring, she said, oh, I got an NBA player. I'm going to get pregnant by him, and then I'm going to be straight for life. First of all, you wasn't with Kobe Bryant. You wasn't with LeBron James. And look, I need you to pay attention to that. What do you notice about Kobe Bryant's, who Kobe Bryant was with? She married him. What do you notice about LeBron, who he was with? She married him. Like, I don't understand why y'all chicks don't get this. Y'all always running around here talking about securing the bag. Yo, if you didn't get a ring on your finger, you didn't secure the bag. I'm going to say this clearly so every last one of y'all can hear this, and ain't no argument about it. Only a fool will trade alimony for child support. I'm going to say that again. Only a fool will trade alimony for child support. Or as Lloyd Banks put it, these chicken heads will put their future in a fool's pants until they realize they can't buy furniture with food stamps. The dumbest thing that you can ever do as a woman is mess around and get pregnant by a dude that you did not get a ring from. What did y'all chicks nowadays, you're like Jerry Maguire when he was trying to sign Kush. Y'all remember that? Remember Kush's dad told him, he said, I don't like paperwork, but you got my word, and it's as strong as oak. And he shook his hand. What did Jerry Maguire's wife tell him? Said it's show business, not show friends. Like it's not a deal until the paperwork is signed. It's not a deal until you have the name on the dotted line. It ain't a deal. See, y'all women, y'all don't get that. Until that man gives you that ring and signs that paperwork in front of God and the priest or the judge or whoever, you ain't secured shit. You ain't secured nothing. And look, I'm not even going to front if I'm just keeping it all the way funky. I don't respect none of you that don't got enough sense to know that. I don't. Y'all can talk as much trash as you want to about Kobe Bryant's wife. She wasn't no dummy at all. When Kobe got hemmed up in that situation, she was right there by his side. She didn't go nowhere. And guess what? I can't do nothing but respect it. And some of y'all gonna be like, well, why? Well, look at her and look at Brittany Renner. Look at the difference. Look at the difference. Look at the difference. LeBron James, he ain't going nowhere. You hear me? He ain't going nowhere. Because trust and believe, if he ever decided he gonna dip and go somewhere, bro, his wife gonna be straight. You hear me? His wife gonna be, even if he had to come up off of, even if the judge was on LeBron's side and said, well, you only got to give her 10% of your net worth, bro. Like, what? That woman ain't never gonna want for nothing. She ain't never got to worry about nothing, bruh. Like, what are we talking about? Like, bro, I'm telling you right now, like, I can't. Let me tell you something. One thing about my wife, right? One thing I knew about her when I was dating her, she wanted to be married. You understand me? That woman wanted to be married. You feel me? And look, I'm telling you right now, to you women that don't pursue that, you ain't got to worry about it happening. You do not have to worry about that. If you the type of woman that don't let it be known that you have intentions of being a wife, you ain't got to worry about none of these men today volunteering you for that shit. And see, I know what Brittany Renner's problem is because I saw it. I saw it when she was on that panel. When she was on that panel with Charleston White and them, and she was getting tipsy and started cutting up. I saw it. See, Brittany Renner, one of them type of chicks, she get upset or get drunk or whatever and start showing out. That's her problem. I guarantee you, she one of them ones that get to showing out and cutting up. You know them chicks, like, remember on The Godfather when Fredo, he was out there with his wife and she was out there dancing and cutting up and acting a fool and was falling all over the dance floor. And she was like, you're just mad because you're not a real man. Like, that's Brittany Renner. I bet you any amount of money, bro. You take her somewhere and she get mad at you, she gonna talk trash. She gonna talk trash like, bro, you saw on that show when she was throwing water on people and shit. 1 minute she throwing water, the next minute she talking crazy, the next minute she twerking on Charleston White. I know what her issue is. And whatever it was, PJ Washington saw it and he was like, oh no, I ain't marrying you. Ain't no way on God's. You might get this child support, but you ain't getting no alimony. You ain't getting no alimony. you might get this damn child support, but that's about it. You're not gonna get no alimony, sister. That ain't gonna happen. Yeah, he dodged, bruh. Dodged ain't the word. Oh my God. But hold on, she was still going. She went off on academics too. Let me see. What did academics say about her? Let's see what Ack had to say about her.
Yeah, Brittany, when you were like 26, you thought you was bigger than the program, shorty. Like, there was a time online, you're the baddest bitch. Like, you were Ruby Rose before Ruby Rose, my nigga. Where every nigga with a dick that was popular wanted a piece of you. Of course, when you, like, low-key at that point, you had so much the pick of the litter. When you got with PJ Washington, niggas was looking at it like, damn, he's lucky. Because you were the baddest bitch everybody wanted. But Father Time is undefeated. You got a kid by him. You're now 34. You're not 26. Like, niggas want to fuck you. Do niggas want to build with you? Do everybody want to pop out with you? Do they want to be on your program? Nah, that's fact. They want to be like, come on now. We got to keep it a beam. The nigga wasn't getting down with your program. At that time, you said,
I told you the game is cold. I told you, look, I'm not the only one. Look, the game is cold. It's cold, bruh. It's a cold game. And the level she's trying to play it at, look, I'm going to keep it all the way funky. Look, I'm going to keep it all the way funky. If she's just trying to date dudes down at the regular level, and when I say regular level, I'm talking about average. I'm talking about dudes that make anywhere from $50,000 to $100,000 a year. If she's trying to date those dudes, they're going to be like, oh, man, I got a baddie. They're going to be like, oh, nigga, I got Brittany Renner. Nigga, they gonna be happy to date you. They gonna be happy to date you. At 34, they gonna look at you like you a dime. They gonna look at you like you a baddie. But guess what? At the level you want to date at, with millionaires, dudes that can get they pick of whatever woman they want because y'all are so thirsty for ballers, you might as well be a senior citizen. You see how Axe said that with disgust? He was like, you 34 now. You like Academics said that. You're 34 now. You know why he's talking like that? Because he got bread. He got money. He know he can find badder chicks than you. He know it. Because at that level, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. And look, if you smart, and you're not the only one, the rest of them, they making the same mistake. Ruby Rose is making the same mistake. All of them chicks is making the same mistake. You feel me? They like, bro, bad chicks dating at that level are like dope dealers. They don't think it's ever going to end. You feel me? The bad chicks that try to date multimillionaires whenever you see bad chicks that's in their 20s, that's celebrity popular, and they date multimillionaires that's celebrities or whatever, right? Them chicks are like drug dealers. You see the drug dealers that be out there throwing money in the club and shit, popping bottles like it's never gonna end. The ones that don't put no money away for their legal defense. That's them. Only difference is, instead of making a bunch of money off of drug dealing, they making a bunch of money off of looking good. And they think it ain't never gonna end. They think it's never gonna end, bruh. And they don't realize the wall is undefeated. The wall is standing outside looking at you like this. And look, you can run, you can try to hide, you can try to do whatever you want to do, but eventually that wall, let me tell you something, that wall gonna catch you when you least expect it. You be strolling down the road, strolling down the street, down the sidewalk, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Wall gonna jump out the alley. Ah! Next thing you know, you waking up like, what the hell just happened? Now, when you go to the bars and stuff, you go to the clubs, they don't want to let you in. They don't want to let you in for free. The bouncer looking at you like, I don't know, you ain't on the list. The dudes that own the private jets and all of that used to want to fly you out and stuff, they walking past you. It's a wrap. It's a wrap because you squandered what you had. Because let's be real, y'all chicks be thinking y'all gonna be beautiful forever. And you might be. You might be beautiful all the way up. Look, there's a lot of women that were beautiful all the way up into their 50s and 60s, but you got to realize that's only acceptable at the regular level. That's only acceptable for the working class man. Okay? There's a working class man out here right now that would go cuckoo for Cocoa Pops over Brittany Renner if Brittany Renner was 50 years old. There's a working class guy out here right now that would do backflips to date Lisa Ray. There's a blue collar working class dude right now that would go bananas over Vivica A. Fox. But guess what? A dude that's making $10 million a year, $20 million a year, you might as well be, bruh. You might as well be Medea. He not talking to you. He not talking to you. He not talking to you. Why would he talk to you? He's looking at you saying, wow, Lisa Ray was really bad back in her prime. No, he's not going to do that because he can find 10 that look like you did in your prime. He can find 10 Lisa Rays. He can find 10 chicks that look better than Lisa Ray did when she was on the Players Club. You know why? Because he got that money-on, nigga. He got that paper. He got that money so tall, all the hoes want to fall. You feel me? He don't care.
DJ Academics, come to the front of the motherfucking class with your bitch ass. Come here. I want you to lean to the side just like this. And I want you to pull Drake's dick out of your first things first. So Academics said that I wanted.
Why would you? Why would you jump up here to go at Academics with no makeup? Like, bruh, just some foundation, something. Why would you? Brittany, why you jump on camera looking like Hey Arnold? What are we doing here? If you're going to go in on Academics, the least you could have did was put some foundation on. Oh, my God.
The perfect relationship, and I should have stayed with my cheating, lying ass baby daddy who literally did nothing but lie and cheat the entire relationship. All these men with mics, none of them are happy, truly. None of them are in successful relationships, but yet they got all the answers in none of them. And sit around.
I'm in a successful relationship. You said all of these men with mics. I got a mic, and I'm in a. See, I'm gonna tell you something. You notice something? I'm willing to bet you any amount of money that Brittany Renner has seen a video where I was talking about her. I bet you any amount. See, they pick and choose who they gonna talk crazy to, or who they gonna talk crazy about. They pick and choose. You feel me? Now you see what she went to. All these dudes with mics, none of them got a successful relationship. And there it is right there. Now y'all know why a lot of these chicks don't never try to come at me. They're not going to come. Let me tell you something. They're not going to come at me. They're not going to come at Anton. They're not going to come at any dude that's harshly critical of them but has a working marriage. They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it.
With fucking mics that look like dicks close to their mouths and just run their mouth about certain people. Academics, you're the same nigga that was literally dick fucking riding Daphne Joy, who would not even let you smell her fart air if you paid her. Academics, you saying that I fell off. The irony of you saying that I fell off, but yet you did a 15-minute fucking segment talking about me. And let's be really clear, this is a pattern that you do. You're so quick to talk about my relationship with Kevin. That nigga said the reason you do all these segments about me is because you're secretly in love with me. DJ.
Yeah, Ack is secretly in love with you. Like, get out of here, bro. Like, yo, you know what's so funny? Nothing is worse than when the chick with pretty girl syndrome gets to a place where she can no longer get pretty girl privilege. Yo, this is, bruh. Oh my God. This is She is funny as hell, bro. Like, just watching her crash out is pure hilarity, if that's a word. Like, oh, sweet Jesus. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's crazy. Yo, we still need 8 people, guys. We still need 8 people to reach our goal of 50 contributors. If you just came in here, be one of the 8 people to help us reach 50 contributors. You feel me? That shit is crazy, bro. She is upset. Oh my God. She is highly upset, bro. Somebody get her some milk. Ah. Hilarious. Hilarious, bro. Okay, so let's read the rest of these super chats. And then we're going to get up out of here because we've been on here 4 hours. Let's get to the rest of these super chats.
It's time for the super chats.
Yes, indeedy. Give me 1 second. I gotta do a little spring cleaning. Let's see. Shout out to Sazi, said she hopping steamboats on the Mississippi River. That's funny. Shout out to Crocodile Tears, said Brittany once said being a 304 was like being a drug dealer when she converted to Islam. Ooh, let me find out. Let's see who else we got. Shout out to the insurance discussion. Appreciate you. Let's see who else we got in the building. And shout out to everybody that dropped gems. I definitely appreciate all of you guys. The only reason I don't call out the gems is because there's so many of them. But shout out to everybody for the gems. I really appreciate it. But with that being said, I'm about to get up out of here, man. Salute to everybody that came through. I definitely appreciate all of you guys for supporting the show and all of that good stuff. But with that being said, I'm going to holler at you guys later. Deuces.
The session is closed. The board is dismissed.
blueprint, now go build a estate. Stop arguing with broke, man, stop debating with fate. We don't negotiate value, we dictate the price. You watch the show for free, I just gave you a slice. But the real ones know where the equity live. We taking everything, we got nothing to give. The manual is waiting, you know where it's at. This ain't a gamble, it's a guaranteed bet.
Build, protect, lead. Go and plant the seed. Build, protect, lead. That's the code we need. Go to the side, secure the command. The Angryman Channel, the standard of the land.
TheAngrymanChannel.com.
Get the shirt, get the boost.
Start watching, start working. We up.